As she was still deep in thought, the bridge doors opened to reveal the navigator. When everyone turned around, their eyes opened wide when they saw the kitchen. Slade grumbled as he nursed a large lump on his head. Dinah hummed to herself as she continued preparing a special meal for a certain somebody. She had already assured Slade that what had happened had just been a misunderstanding and told him that not to worry about it. She was certain that Celtic had already forgotten about it. Not really. Oh, so you finally took that silly costume off, have you? Jura remarked as Celtic came into the recreation hall, still in her undergarments and carrying a bear suit. Several of the other girls and Puro were in the room as well. Celtic was frantic as she shook her head. You don't understand. I only wore this suit because I didn't want any part of my body touching those men. I didn't even want to breathe the same air as they do. What's the big deal? They aren't so bad. Jusenkyo said. That's what you think. Celtic shot back. Just a minute ago, one of them was peeping in my room. It was Slade. This immediately got the attention of several females as they began to have second thoughts about having the men aboard their ship. Meanwhile, back in the sick bay. I can't believe that you did that, Poirot said as he addressed Bart. The navigator was wearing a yellow sundress, lipstick, blush, high heels and a long, blonde wig. He had caused quite a stir when he came to the bridge. This is all your fault. You told me that story about having long hair would get the others to respect me more. I merely wanted to imply that it takes time for relationships and that you have to earn one's respect. I didn't tell you to go out and dress like that. The navigator's face faltered as he realized that he had made a ridiculous mistake. In the kitchen, Slade noticed that Dinah's eyes were welling up with moisture. Is something the matter? Why are you crying? Slade asked as he got up and walked toward her. No, it's nothing. It's just these onions, Dinah insisted as she wiped her eyes. On the counter in front of her were some diced onions. Chopping them up had caused tears to emerge. However, both she and Slade didn't know that they were being monitored. A few minutes before, Piley had been feeling a bit left out, ever since Dinah had been spending more time with Slade and less with her. Before encountering the men, Dinah and Piley had been close and the young apprentice nurse had always been with her. Today was supposed to have been special, since it was the first anniversary since Piley had joined up with Magno's pirates. Apparently, Dinah seemed to have forgotten about it. All she ever did was go on and on about her Mr. Alien. She decided to go look for Dinah, but when she got the galley, she saw something that made her temper boil. There was Dinah, crying while she was facing Slade. Before she even had time to think, she whipped out her mini camcorder and filmed the scene, without even saying her trademarked pipe check. Just as Slade and Dinah noticed her, she quickly rushed out of the galley and down the hall. Slade looked in the direction of Piley's departure, then addressed Dinah. What was that all about? I don't know. The redhead replied as she rubbed her eyes. Wow, These onions are really strong. Here, let me help you. Slade gently nudged her to one side, picked up a knife and diced the onions at such high speeds, there was no time for tears. Wow! You're amazing, Mr. Alien. Where did you learn to cook? Oh, it's just a few things I picked up on my travels. The recreation hall. I'm telling you that we shouldn't have those men running around freely. Celtic said. Oh, what's the big deal? Mia commented. She had been listening to the other girls as the debate about the men began to heat up. So he saw you in your underwear. I'm sure he didn't mean it. That's nothing to get so upset about. How would you feel if he saw you in your bra and panties? Celtic shot back. Mia's cheeks blushed a bit as she had an image of herself in her underwear in front of Slade. She shook her head and replied, Still, you're blowing this little incident out of proportion. I'm sure that Celtic's right. Piley exclaimed as she burst into the room. Everyone turned to her as she brought up a monitor and inserted a video disc. Men are animals. Look at this. She pushed a button and the monitor started displaying what she had just filmed. See? That man made Dinah cry. They elicited a number of gasps among the women as those who were unsure about the men now began taking sides. How horrible. That's absolutely unforgivable. You and Dinah were best friends until that man showed up. He should be punished. Mia shook her head again as she got up from her seat and tried to defuse the situation. Now was not the time for this, especially with the aliens constantly attacking. Hold on. Let's not start jumping to conclusions. Men are scum. We should have kept them locked up. Why did we even take them aboard in the first place? The Dread leader held up her hands in an effort to quell the dissent among the crew. Settle down. This isn't getting us anywhere. It was at that time that Barnett saw the perfect opportunity. Her hostility against Slade and men in general had not lessened since the journey began, and now, it was payback time for all those times that Slade had showed her up. You're right, Mia. Arguing isn't getting us anywhere. Mia sighed in relief. Well, I'm glad that someone's listening. It's time to take action. What? Barnett began rallying those who were against the males. Listen up, everyone. The men aboard this ship had been without control for too long, and I say we put a stop to this. Yeah. Several girls said in unison. Are we going to let those men do as they please? No. Who's more important? Men or women? Women. I say we throw them back into the brig where they belong. This is a female ship and men have no place on it, right? Yeah. Mia developed a large sweat drop. She wondered how this had gone so far out of control. She wasn't the only one. Several members of the warrior squadron, including Shantu, did not agree with Barnett. Yukio was also there, and since the Christmas party, she had been more tolerant of the presence of the males, especially Slade. They all began following the group that sided with Barnett to see what would happen next. The galley. Perfect. Piley will be so surprised. Dinah clasped her hands and looked down at her handiwork. With Slade's help, she had prepared a special anniversary meal for the apprentice nurse to celebrate her first year with the pirates. "I'm sure that she'll like it," Slade commented. However, at that moment, his danger sense went off as the kitchen door opened to reveal several members of the crew in full spacesuits and aiming blasters at him. At the head of the group was Barnett, who was holding out an old-style handgun. "Don't move," she commanded. Excuse me?" Slade asked in complete puzzlement. "What's going on?" Dinah asked. She didn't like the way the others were scowling at Mr. Alien. "What's going on, Dinah, is that we're putting all the men back into the brig." "Huh? What for? I haven't done anything." Slade was completely bamboozled, then said, "Look, if it's about what happened this morning, I can explain. Don't hand us any excuses, you pervert," Barnett said while gesturing with her gun. "All men are the enemy and they should be treated as the enemy. Now hold on a minute. I don't know what the hell has gotten all of you riled up, but I can tell you right now that I'm not the enemy." "Save it," another girl cried out. "We all saw how evil you are." "You made Dinah cry." "No, he didn't," Dinah interjected as she pointed to the dish on the table. "I was cutting up some onions for Piley's anniversary surprise." Behind Barnett, Piley gasped as she saw the food and began to realize that she may have made a great error. She suddenly felt like looking for a nice big rock to hit under. However, Barnett wasn't about to change her stance. "There's no use in defending this scum, Dinah," he said, "man, and all men are the enemy." She gestured to Slade. "Now you either come quietly or—" Her voice trailed off, letting Slade to fill in the blank. Slade was silent for a long time as he gazed upon the angry mob. For a while, he had actually believed that it might work out. This had been the longest he had ever stayed in one place. The Nirvana was a place where he had felt that he belonged. Now it seemed that it had been nothing but an impossible dream. "I see that there's no use in talking, is there? All right. So be it." He went into a ready stance and motioned for Dinah to step back. "However, if you think I'm going to let you put me in the brig, when I haven't committed any crime, then you're sadly mistaken, Barnett. You want me. Come and get me." Barnett snorted as she motioned for the crowd to take aim with their blasters. However, she noticed that several of them weren't obeying. She saw that the Vanguard pilots and a few of the registered girls were actually frowning at her, not Slade. "What's the matter with you? Are you afraid of one man? Go get him." One of the girls sheepishly replied, "Well, it's not that we're afraid, Barnett. At least, not entirely. It's just that he's done so much for us. I mean, he did save me his life and got us out of that asteroid field. Then he cooked that wonderful Christmas dinner. He's helped out at the register," Yukio added. "And he did save my life. He is the leader of the Vanguards," Jusenkyo stated. Several members of the warrior squadron nodded as well. They had grown to respect their commander. He was a harsh taskmaster when it came to their training sessions, but he was fair, and he never put them through any kind of hardship that he himself couldn't go through. Slade smiled at this loyalty, which made it even harder for him as he addressed those that still believed in him. I appreciate your faith in me, but it seems that the majority doesn't want me here, so I guess it would be best if I left. Slade began taking a step forward, but Barren blocked his path while pointing the muzzle of her weapon at his face. Hold it. You are not going anywhere but the brig. In a flash, Slade leaned forward before she could even think to pull the trigger. The gun disappeared momentarily, then reappeared in her hand, still pointing at him. The Tekkaman then held up a narrow, rectangular object in his right hand. Your gun is not going to work without ammo. Barnet's eyes widened as she looked down at her weapon and realized that the clip had been removed, plus the rounds she had in the chamber. In a heartbeat, he had rendered her weapon useless. Using his thumb, Slade began ejecting the rounds from the clip. Holding out his other hand, he collected all 14 rounds, then casually crushed them into a massive metal and gunpowder. He then crushed the clip along with the rounds, creating a small sphere and tossed it over his shoulder. It made a pinging sound as it clattered onto the floor. That little display unnerved several females, and many of them were reconsidering about joining Barnet's side against Slade. Get him! Jura's friend shouted. Those who did follow Barnet rushed at the Tekkaman, hoping to overwhelm him by sheer numbers. However, that was when Slade retaliated. Knowing that these girls were simply misguided, he refrained from using anything but his most passive techniques. Since the kitchen did not offer much space for fighting, Slade found himself in very limited, close-quarters combat. However, that also worked in his favor, since the females couldn't fire their weapons without running the risk of shooting each other. Instead, they held out their blaster rifles like staves and attempted to pummel him into submission. However, the Tekkaman was nothing if not adaptable. Ducking under a swing aimed for his head, Slade pivoted on one foot while using the other in a foot sweep. As the girl went down, he hopped up to avoid a stab at his chest, then kicked the rifle out of another attacker's hand. The weapon went flying and knocked out two others who tried to get him from his left flank. Grabbing the outstretched arm of a third female, he used her forward momentum to swing her about and toss her back into the main body of the group, which was still at the front door. Barnet and her followers went down and became a tangled heap. Slade ran for the exit, pausing only to give the warrior squadron's second-in-command his final instructions. Take care of the squadron's Jusenkyo. I leave them to you. The Amazon nodded respectfully, as she and the other pilots of the Vandreads gave him a clear path to freedom. They made no attempt to get in his way as he dashed out into the hallway. They couldn't stop him in any case. They had improved in their martial arts, but he was still their sensei. Barnet angrily glared at Jusenkyo as she got back to her feet. Why didn't you stop him? He's getting away. Shanpu and the other girls under her new command stood firm against the dread pilot and the others. The warrior girl shook her head and said, "You want him? Get him yourself. We're not going to be a part of this." Both women glared at each other and it looked as if things might come to blows. Barnet was a tough fighter, but she knew that she didn't stand a chance against Shanpu's hand-to-hand combat skills. Added to the fact was that Slade had been training her and the rest of the warrior squadron. The gun would have given Barnet an edge, if it were loaded. Behind her, the girls who had sided with her tensed up, readying their weapons. They were prepared to fight against those who stood by the men. On the other side, the warrior squadron and several registered girls also prepared for imminent conflict. Jura's friend gritted her teeth. That stupid male had turned female against female on the Nirvana. This was his entire fault, and she didn't want to hurt her fellow crew members. Barnet growled as she motioned for her subordinates to follow her in pursuit of Slade. As the others left, Dinah stood in absolute shock. How had this happened? As Warrior Squadron watched them run around the corner, one girl came up to Shanpu and asked, "Aren't we going to stop them?" The Amazon was also unsure of what to do at the moment. Like Barnet, she didn't want to fight against her fellow crewmates, but at the same time she held great respect for Slade. In the end, she just stood there as chaos began running rampant throughout the ship. The bridge. What? There's a mutiny? Magno exclaimed when she had just received a call from Dinah. Kuzum's brows furrowed when she heard the news. Why did this have to happen now? The Nirvana was halfway home and the last thing they needed was a breakdown in the ranks. What's going on, Dinah? Dinah hurriedly gave the sub-commander an abridged version of what had occurred. PC responded with a look of confusion. They started a mutiny over that. However, some of the bridge crew, who was listening in on the communications, began to take sides. I always knew that men were nothing but trouble. They should all be thrown into the brig. Who needs men? Oh my! Why are they so angry with Slade? Ezra exclaimed. He didn't do anything. The old captain of the pirates developed a huge sweat drop. Things were getting out of hand. Slade dashed by the sick bay with his pack slung over his shoulder. He had just stopped by his quarters to pick up his belongings, then made a beeline for the nearest airlock, which was near the hangar. As he rushed by, Poirot and Bart wondered just what was going on. At that instant, several women came into the medical facility and aimed their weapons at them. In minutes, the confused males of the Nirvana were herded into the brig. The hangar. Parfat was currently working on Pegas when Slade suddenly came barreling into the area. He slammed his fist on the entrance door controls. A huge slab of steel alloy came down, blocking off the hangar bay from the rest of the ship. Since the airlock had been sealed off, he had opted to go out the main hangar. Pegas looked toward his master and asked a question while gesturing to the pack slung over his shoulder. What is going on? Where is Slade going? Slade shook his head while pausing to answer. I can't believe they'd turn on me like that. He looked up at his robotic partner with a bit of sadness in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Pegasus, but I'm afraid that this is goodbye." "What are you talking about, Slade?" Perfect asked. "What's happening? You tell me." "One minute I'm helping Dido with a surprise for Piley, and the next minute I became #1 on the Nirvana's hit list. I have to go." "Pegasus will go with Slade," the Tekkapod said solemnly as it disengaged from the various devices it was hooked up to. "Hey, wait!" Piley exclaimed. "I haven't finished with the modifications yet." "Pegasus, you don't have to," Slade began. "Pegasus will go with Slade," the modified Vandread insisted. When there was a dull clanging noise at the sealed door, Slade began weighing his options. In a few minutes, Barnett and the others would break through. Having Pegasus with him would help him conserve energy once he got out into space. He looked up to the machine and couldn't help but appreciate the robot's loyalty. "Are you sure, Pegasus? Once we go out, we may never come back." "Pegasus will go with Slade." Slade took a deep breath, then finally nodded. "All right." Pegasus powered on. The Tekkapod nodded as it opened its cockpit. "Affirmative." Slade gave Perfect a farewell wave before entering the Tekkapod and initiated the launch sequence. "Captain, the Tekkapod has just launched." Puzzle and Magno had a good idea of who was aboard Pegasus. They raised the Tekkapod. "Boys, where are you going?" Magno asked. Slade's face appeared on the main monitor with a sad smile. "I should have known that it wouldn't have lasted. For a while. I actually believed that it would work and maybe I could call the Nirvana a place where I'd belong. I've searched for so long to find some place that I could call home. But I know when I'm not wanted, so I guess this is goodbye, Captain. It was great working with you. Take care, Slade." "Wait." However, the main monitor turned off as Pegasus sped off into the black void of space. Some time later, Slade never truly realized how lonely it was in space until now. In his previous journeys, he had been constantly on the move and never formed any long-term relationships with anyone. That is until he had been accepted on the Nirvana. He had gotten used to being with people and now, he was alone again. Well, not entirely alone, since he did have Pegasus. However, as welcomed as its company was, the Tekkaman had grown accustomed to being with humans. Now he found himself without a home, nor any place in particular he could go to. As he contemplated on what to do next, his long-range sensors began picking up something approaching his coordinates. Back on the Nirvana, Magno knew that the mutiny had done nothing but cripple the ship. Without Bart, the Nirvana could not do anything but maintain its present course on autopilot. That meant no evasive maneuvers and the ship was a sitting duck to attacks. They didn't even have the option of running away, Bart's specialty. Without Guero, the crew would have to rely on the mediocre medical skills of Piley, which many dreaded to return to. The young girl had some potential, but she lacked both the overall knowledge and medical training of her male counterpart. Dwaro had proven himself an able physician, despite the fact that he knew very little about female anatomy. Most importantly, he gave the kind of caring attitude that was essential to treating patients. Most importantly, the pirates had lost their greatest tactical advantage against their relentless enemy. No Slade meant no Tekkadreads. It had already been proven that the Dread fighters were not enough by themselves. They didn't act Pegasus as a support craft, since it left with D-boys. Not that it mattered since Slade was the only one who could pilot the Tekkapod. Even with the Vandreads, Magno knew that they were at a serious disadvantage. Jusenkyo was an able commander, but the warrior squadron functioned at its best with Slade in the lead. Furthermore, the schism that was formed between the Dread and Vandread pilots would most definitely cause a drop in morale. The warrior squadron still retained their loyalty to their former male commander, which caused a lot of friction with the pilots that followed Barren, who was now having a rally against the men in the recreation room. There was also some dissent in the register. Slade had often helped out with Gascogny's staff and his work was top-notch. However, those who admired him were now at odds with those who were jealous of his skills. Magno wondered just how the absence of one male could affect the lives of so many. As soon as that question was in her mind, she knew the answer. Slade was one of a kind. In just a short period of time, he had touched everyone's hearts, whether good or bad, and now he had been driven away. Emptiness had formed among the Nirvana's crew and the old pirate captain knew that things were going to get worse. At that point, Mia's face appeared on the monitor. Captain. Yes, Mia. What is it? Well, I'd like to request a search and retrieval operation. For Slade. What? Both Guzul and Magno were a bit surprised by this turn of events. Mr. Alien. Come back. Dinah blubbered as her face appeared on another vid screen. Mia, tell us why you'd want to risk encountering our enemies in a search? PC inquired. Well, the Dread leader began. Technically speaking, he is second in command of the Nirvana's defense, isn't he? And, well, we can't form the Tekkadreads without him and they're our most effective weapons against the Harvesters. I see. So it's from a tactical standpoint that you want to look for him, eh? Magno said with a bit of a grin. Well, that's part of the reason. Just then another vid scene pooped up, followed by another, then another. Soon the entire airspace of the bridge was flooded. We have to find the commander. We need him. No we don't. Aw shut up. What do you know? I can't believe that he'd just leave us like that. We can still catch him if we launch. This is all your fault, Barnet. I was hoping he'd cook for us again. What are we going to do without the commander? We don't need men. Men are useless. We can't win without him. We can win. He was supposed to teach us that new move. The chatter went on and on for several minutes and Magno finally motioned for Guzul to shut off all intership communications. Just before everything was turned off, one voice was heard above all the others. Mr. Alien. Come this EK. Meanwhile, somewhere in space. Whoa! Slade directed the Tekkapod to dodge the sudden barrage of laser and particle beams. He didn't know why that fleet of ships started firing on him, but as soon as he saw those lines of light heading toward him, he immediately put the Pixies-powered Vandread through evasive maneuvers. He counted around 50 or so medium battle cruisers, but he didn't recognize the design of the ships. He assumed that they were from a planet that he hadn't visited before. He also glimpsed dots of light emerging from some of the vessels and correctly guessed that they were fighters. Just then, a large beam shot dangerously close to where he was and he winced as it glanced off one of Pega's arms. The alloy became charred from the intense heat. Okay, that does it. I've already been fed enough crap today. I don't need to combine with dreads. I can kick ass on my own. The enraged Tekkaman made his crystal appear. Tekkadread. Suddenly, the barrage stopped as suddenly as it had begun and the Tekkapod began receiving a hail from the lead cruiser. Attention unidentified fighter. Huh? Slade stopped powering up to transform as he heard a human voice. We are of the Melano's anti-Earth defense fleet. From what planet do you hail? Say what? You ask me where I come from after you shoot at me. Tell us, do you serve the harvesters? Like hell I do. I've been fighting those censored damned harvesters for censored months now. As for where I came from, I don't have this censored planet to call home. The last place I was staying at gave me the censored boot, for something that wasn't my censored fault. I'm tired, I'm hungry and now I'm royally pissed off. So are you going to ask any more stupid censored questions or are we going to censored fight? I'm ready to kick some goddamn ass after the crap I've been put through. On the lead ship's bridge, the commander addressed the officer who was operating the communications console. So do you think he's from Earth? I doubt it, Captain. The officer replied. I've never known the Earth forces to swear so much. Later. I would like to apologize for our actions, the ship's captain said as Slade was brought to the bridge. We thought you were part of the harvesting fleet. The Tekkaman noticed that a male and a female operator manned each of the bridge stations. He then nodded to the captain. I guess that's all right. I've encountered those harvesters too. They're real tenacious bastards. I guess I can't blame you for being a little trigger happy. We thank you for your understanding, the human captain said. We've been battling them for a long time now and we've set up this defensive line to protect our homeworld of Melanos. We would rather die in battle than be gathered up like vegetables. He then brought up a holographic image of the places in which the harvesters had already attacked. So far we've been able to repel all attacks against them, but the neighboring worlds had not been faring as well. Slade's eyes narrowed as he saw that the locations of the targeted worlds looked familiar somehow, then shook his head. That's all well and good, but being on the defensive all the time isn't going to work. What do you mean? It's been my experience that being on the defense without attacking makes one very limited. Eventually your enemy is going to break through your defenses, and then where will you be? And what would you suggest? The captain asked with interest. Well, I'm no expert on war tactics, but I do know a thing or two about fighting. A good defense might be your best bet. What I see so far from this image is that the harvesters have already gotten a foothold in this part of the galaxy, and it's only a matter of time before they overrun every human world in this sector. I've already seen a couple of worlds that have been conquered, and it wasn't pretty. One planet was reduced to a wasteland and the other had no will to fight back. I see. Yeah, and the worst part of it was, that the second world Antiphos was so pathetic, that they didn't need their backbones. They may as well just let those harvesters take them. They certainly had no use for their spines. We are not like those people. We are fighting to keep our vital organs. Like I said, that's all well and good, but unless you take the battle to them and destroy them first, then you're only delaying the inevitable. You can't assume anything or let down your guard. Those harvesters will stop at nothing, and you'll have to take them down before they take you down forever. A little while later, in one of the fighter hangars, Pegasus was in standby mode while it was being recharged and serviced. Milling about the area were several dozen male-female pairs, and Slade found the co-ed atmosphere to be quite a change from the all-female environment he had been living in for months. The cooperation and trust between the genders greatly impressed him, not like the suspicion and hostility on the Nirvana. The Tekkaman's expression softened a bit as he remembered back to all the good times he had on the pirate vessel. Not everyone had been hostile toward him. People like Vascogni, Magno, Mia, Jura, the Warrior Squadron, Shanpu, Yukio, some of the registered girls, and Dinah. They had accepted him and treated him fairly. It was almost like being in a family. He missed the training sessions with the Vandread pilots and the work in the register. There were those card games with Vasconde. Oh sure, he lost to her all the time, but he never minded the tough, yet easy-going head supplier. He also missed the headbutting with the strong-willed Mia, Jura's fame-hungry antics, and, even though he hated to admit it, he missed being called D-Boy or Mr. Alien. Slade shook his head. Those days were over, and it would best for him to move on. The Nirvana didn't want him, and that was it. Now it seemed that he had found a new home with the people of Melenos. Slade then turned his head as a young, slender girl walked up to him. She looked to be in her late teens and was wearing a purple jumpsuit. She had straight, mud-brown hair and a very pleasant-looking face. She smiled at him as she held out her hand. "Hello. My name is Saran, and I'd like to welcome you to our ship, brave traveler. What's your name?" "Hi. The name's Slade, and it's nice to meet you." He extended his own hand and shook hers. "So what's your position here?" "I'm one of the engineers." She gestured up to the Tekkapod. "Don't worry. We'll have your mecha fixed up in no time." "Thanks." Slade went over to his robotic partner and gazed at it for a long while. When he was silent for several minutes, Saran went up to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, is something wrong?" Slade let off a long, sad sigh before replying. "Oh, I was just thinking about a few things." He then called up to Pegasus. "Are you going to be all right, Pegasus?" The Vandread nodded. "Affirmative. Thank you." Saran smiled as she looked up at Slade's partner. "That's some partner you have there. Its AI system is very advanced. Its creator must be proud." An image of Parfait appeared in Slade's mind and he began wondering what she and the others were doing now that he was gone. The Nirvana. "I appreciate the food, Parfait, but you'll be in trouble if the others find out about this," Guero said as he took the bento from the engineer and started eating. Parfait had promised the guards that she would watch out for the prisoners while they went for a lunch. She had stashed a couple of bentos in her toolbox. "Well, I think it's terrible the way they're treating you. And you all had nothing to do with any of this," Parfait said. "At the very least they should give you some decent food, instead of making you eat those horrible nutrition pellets again." Guero smiled as he replied, "Well, I've spent all my life eating those pills, so it's really nothing. Although I must admit that this kind of food is most enjoyable." He chewed a bit before swallowing. "I can understand why Slade ate so much of it." Bart snorted in disdain as he munched down on a plate of food pills, ignoring the bento that Parfait had intended to give to him. "Better watch it, Doctor. It may be poisoned. You can never trust women. That meal she's giving you could be your last." That particular barb cut the brown-haired girl to the quick and she felt as if he had stabbed at her very heart. The doctor felt her pain in his own heart. Contrary to popular belief, Guero McFile was not the cold and aloof person he appeared to be. He was human and there were times in which he felt the need to shed tears. Seeing Parfait's saddened expression from Bart's insensitive remark made him feel as if her spark of life was being snuffed out. "Please, pardon my associate's rudeness." He gave the blonde man a bit of a glare before turning back to her. "However, in all honesty, can you really blame him for being so bitter? I myself feel a bit perturbed at this situation we're in." Parfait nodded slowly as she quickly hid her tears. "You have every right to be angry at what happened. I just can't believe that they did this to you. It's like they've forgotten everything that we've all been through together. And they've also forgotten how important you men are to this ship. We can't move the Nirvana without Bart. HMPF. You should have thought of that before tossing us in here." Bart scoffed. Parfait winced but continued. "And you, Guero? I don't think we've ever had a doctor like you. Pilot's trying her best, but she can't handle all those patients. She doesn't have your experience or know-how. Some of the crew who were injured in the last few battles are getting worse, because you're not there to treat them. They were recovering nicely when you were in the sick bay, but now..." Guero shook his head sadly. "I'm sorry, Parfait. I'd like to help, I want to help. As a doctor, it is my duty to heal, but I can't do anything from in here. If the captain could somehow get us out, then perhaps. The engineer shook her head sadly. Right now, the captain and Thuzom's hands are tied. The crew has been split into two main groups. Barren is rallying the ones who are against having humans on board, and the other group, the warrior squadron and half of the registered girls still believe in you, Bart, and, most of all, Slade. If the captain or the commander take either side, then it may end up into a bigger mutiny. So there's nothing that can be done. Right now, all we can do is hope. And what about you, Perfect? Whose side are you on? The girl's cheeks became tinged with pink as she looked at Dwero's face. It seemed as if that one-eyed gaze of his was looking into her very soul. She gulped as she got her mouth to work. I mean, the engineering staff is kind of neutral. You see, we don't want to get involved in these politics. Our job is to keep the ship running, not be part of a mutiny. I didn't ask you what side the engineering station is on. I asked you which side you were on. Perfect wiggled her index fingers before replying in a quiet voice. I think you know which side I'm on. She pointed to the bento box in Dwero's hands. Dwero smirked at her nervousness and continued eating. I can't understand how all of this suddenly happened, Bart grumbled as he polished off his food pills, then tossed his tray away in disgust. This is all Slade's fault. The women got mad at him and he ran off, leaving us to take the blame. The physician shook his head without turning toward him. From what I heard, he didn't have much of a choice. It's ironic though, that the one person who kept us together would be the one that would be driven away. What are you talking about? The navigator asked with some irritation. Think about it, Bart. Without Slade, we would have never gotten as far as we have. Huh? And I'm not just talking about how close we are to Tarak and Megele. Just look at what we've accomplished so far. Men and women were actually working together. Back on Tarak and Megele, such a thing would have been considered unthinkable, but here we made it a reality. HMPF. A sad lot of good that did us. Bart scoffed. It did everyone good. The doctor insisted. And it was because Slade showed the way. When he first combined with the Dread, he showed that it was possible. He knew that in order to survive, we would have to work with the women, and he did so, without hesitation. With the power that he had, he could have abandoned us a long time ago, but he didn't. He stayed with the males and the females. He showed that males and females could be allies, not enemies. He didn't care what gender anyone was. He treated everyone the same way. Dwero paused as he saw that comprehension was beginning to dawn on Bart. He nodded, then continued. And look what we've done so far, because of that cooperation. Time and time again, working with the females, we were able to defeat a force that would have destroyed us all if we had been working alone. And think of how efficient this ship had become, with us constantly working side by side with the females. Slade helped out not only in combat, but also with the register. He actually taught the females how to fight with the Van types, making them an even more effective combat unit than some of Tarak's elite squadrons. Look at me. I may be a good doctor, but even I couldn't have kept up with the patient load without Piley. Finally there's you. You may have felt that you weren't getting the respect you deserved, but you held a very important position. The others may have joked about you, but Slade never did. He knew of your importance, because when you get right down to it, we all depended on you to get us home. All of this was possible because of Slade. Through thick and thin, he always believed in our strength and kept the bond between the men and the women strong. It was that bond which has now been severed. Bart became very introspective as he considered his comrade's words. Finally, after a long period of silence, he spoke 3 words to no one in particular. Slade. Come back. The Melenos fleet. Yuck. What is this stuff? Slade spat out the drink that Saran had handed to him as they were taking a break from servicing Pegas. The girl's life mate had joined them. It's a special vitamin C and nutrient drink. The girl replied. It's good for your skin. My skin? Saran's mate nodded. Yes. The harvesters are after us for our skin. Figures. Slade snorted as he went to the Tekkapod's cockpit and punched up an Atagational map. He began lighting up several areas and gestured to each dot, which represented a planet. For every world, they collect one type of human body part for themselves. We're nothing but cattle to them. Right here, we encountered a dead world where the people had been harvested for their blood. The enemy left a nasty surprise for us there. Over here is Enpaphos, where the people gave up their spinal columns to their so-called god Munya, which were the harvesters. Now here is Tarak and Megele. From the information we were able to get from Rabbi, after I pounded him, the harvesters wish to take their reproductive organs. You said we encountered them. Saran interrupted. Were you with someone else? Yeah. For a while. Slade replied sadly, then shook his head to clear it. In any case, here's what your captain showed me. The Tekkaman punched in a few more coordinates and indicated each one. This is your home planet Melenos, which the harvesters are after for your skin. On this planet, they took their livers. This one was for their spleens. On this one, the heart, and this one, the lungs. Slade suddenly stopped as he took a long look at the interstellar map he had outlined. What's wrong? Saran's significant other asked. Something about this seems familiar. He said not a word as he tried to recall where he had seen this before. Then he snapped his fingers as he remembered back to when Parfat had decoded the information module that Rabbi had. Pegas, do you have those log files and navigational charts from Rabbi's info cube? Affirmative. The Tekkapod replied. It had been hooked up to the Nirvana's main data system before it had left with Slade. Bring up the navigational logs of his trade routes for the last 12 months and overlay them with the chart I just made. The Vanguard did so, and Slade growled as he saw that both maps were identical. "What is it, Slade? Who's this rabbi that you're talking about?" Saran asked. Slade growled even more as he answered. "I met the scumbag a few months ago. Rabbi happens to be an interstellar mercenary, con artist and trader, but I think a more appropriate term would be traitor." Both Saran and her mate were confused as Slade exited the Pegasus cockpit and headed back to the bridge. "I can't believe it," the ship's captain said as he gazed at the evidence being projected in front of him. "I've heard of this rabbi and I knew that he was a scoundrel. He had cheated several of our colonies with his lying tactics, but this... I can't believe that he would betray the entire human race. The evidence is all here, sir," the former Sodom said. "I've cross-referenced the dates on that info cube with the times in which each planet was attacked by the Harvesters. They matched you within days, sometimes hours after he left those worlds. Every planet he's visited, the Harvesters came and those worlds died. That's way too many connections to be considered as mere coincidence. I've always wondered how he could have survived traveling alone without being attacked by them, and now I know. He's nothing but a rat bastard and a traitor. He's working for them. I still can't believe that someone would sell out the entire human race. It makes sense when you think about it. He comes to a planet or colony, sells his junk, cheats good people out of their hard-earned money, then relays information to the Harvesters about a planet's defenses and what kind of organs are usable. I've already encountered a planet in which he sold a defective water purifier to a colony. Ever heard of a planet called Zervan? That planet no longer exists, the captain stated. "What? It's true. Our most distant outposts have been tracking the progress of our enemies and our ally Zervan was obliterated 9 months ago. That can't be. I left that planet 9 months ago and that colony was fine after I found them a supply of fresh water. How long ago did Rabbi leave Zervan when you got there, and when did you leave that planet?" "I got there a day after he cheated those people with that defective purifier, and I left 2 days later after finding them a supply of unvented water." The Melano's captain was silent as he matched dates, then nodded. "That makes it about right. The Harvest fleet came a few days later and stripped every man, woman and child of their pituitary and adrenal glands. Zervan is now a planetary graveyard." The shot hit Slade like a meteor and his throat became dry. All those innocent people, all the things he had done for them, had been for naught, all because of Rabbi. Slade's eyes took on a murderous look as he saw that con man in his mind. He was going to pay. The Tekkaman would make certain that Rabbi would be sent straight to hell. At that moment, alarms went off as the ship's long-range scanners had picked up something large, heading toward the Melano's defense fleet. Slade glanced to the main monitor and what he saw made his blood run cold. They were here. Several hours later. "Barnett is going to be real steamed when we get back, Sean. I'm not too sure if the captain or Buzum would like our disobeying orders." The Amazon snorted in disdain as she and her vanguard group sped through space. You think I care what Barnet thinks? And as I recall, the captain and the number one didn't order me not to go, so I'm not really breaking orders, am I? I didn't ask for all of you to come with me. Get back to the Nirvana. That's my order. The girls of the warrior squadron all shook their heads and responded, "No can do. We all know why you're out here. Yeah, and we figure that it would be much easier to search if we all help. We'll have a better chance of finding him this way, and we'll be able to cover each other's backs if the enemy shows up. We all think that it was a mistake to have driven him off. That's right. The warrior squadron looks after its own. So let's go find the commander." Shanta found herself overwhelmed by her subordinates' determination to find their leader. She sighed while shaking her head and smiled. "All right. We'll probably get thrown into the bridge when we get back to the Nirvana, but it'll be worth it, if we can bring Slade home, where he belongs." "Right," the others chorused. However, just as they were about to peel off into a search pattern, 3 more individuals suddenly joined the squadron. The 3 Pixies' enhanced dreads came alongside of the vanguards. Mia's dread came on Sean's right as the pilot highlighted her. "Just what do you think you're doing, Sean?" Mia asked. "Your squadron wasn't given any authorization to launch." "Oh really?" Slade second retorted. "And exactly what are you doing out here? I don't recall the captain giving any orders for you to be deployed either." Mia became a bit flustered as she tried to explain herself. Well, I thought it would be best to patrol the area, in case the enemy shows up." Shantu didn't believe it for a second. "Yeah, right. Come on, just admit it. You're out here for the same reason we are. We all want Slade back. Why? Let's go find Mr. Alien," Dinah said happily. "Dinah," Mia scolded. "Well, I guess there's no point in denying it, Mia. They found us out," Jura said nonchalantly. "I thought as much." Shantu then addressed Mia and Jura. "I don't need to ask Dinah as to why she's out here. So what's your reasons for wanting him back?" "Simple," Jura replied. "I can't look elegant in battle without Slade, now can I? What about Barnet? I love Barnet to pieces, but I can't agree with her on this one. When I get back, we're going to have a little chat. Slade is too interesting to let go," Jura replied. She was also thinking about that kiss that he had given to the Radam and Paphos. "How about you, Mia?" another Vanguard pilot asked. "Why do you want him back?" The aqua-haired girl sighed. "Why bother denying it? Slade is our best chance of beating our enemies. He was our tactical advantage and he was a friend. Maybe even more." Sean and her group considered the 3 dread pilots, then all agreed to allow them to help search for their missing comrade. The dreads and vanguards sped off into the endless void. A few minutes later, one of the Vanguard operators let off a whoop of joy as she picked up a faint distress signal, which belonged to Pegasus. The females immediately began converging on its coordinates. Rabi whistled as he saw the wreckage of more than 3 dozen starships littering the sector of space he was in. He began scanning through the various debris, hoping that there was something worth salvaging. However, he didn't expect much, since the harvesting fleet usually left very little in their attacks. Then his ship began picking up a faint distress signal. His simian partner U-10 made a few chirps and grunts as she pointed to a large mass that was floating nearby. The trader's eyes widened as the object came into view. It was battered and charred in several places, but he still recognized it. It was Pegasus the Tekkapod. It was missing an arm and its armor was pitted and dented so severely that it looked as if it had been subjected to 12 meteor showers. Rabi wondered just how the machine had ended up so far from its mothership, the Nirvana. Then he glanced down at the sensor readings. They were picking up faint life readings. Someone was still inside of it. Judging by the readings, he was barely alive. U-10's partner smiled as he had a hunch as to who was in the cockpit. If he were right, then it would be payback time. He had just recovered from all the injuries he had gained from his last visit on the pirate vessel, and during his convalescence, he had been thinking about getting revenge against one snot-nosed punk. Since the Tekkapod was too damaged for him to salvage, Rabi decided that it wasn't worth his time and aimed his ship's main guns at it. Though U-10 was giving off some distraught noises, as if telling him not to do this, Rabi paid her no mind. This was what he had been waiting for. However, just as he was drawing a bead on his target, his sensors then picked up some new signatures heading toward him. The warrior squadron and the 3 dreads appeared on the scene after following the Pegasus distress signal. They immediately converged on Rabi's ship and the stricken Tekkapod. With their weapons trained on him, Mia highlighted the traitor. "Back off, Rabi. If you even try opening fire on him, then we'll shoot you down." Rabi, however, put on a smile as he replied in his most sincere voice. "What are you talking about? I was just about to go look for you guys after I found Slade in trouble. I was just in the process of rescuing him when you showed up and... Can it?" Jusenkyo said as she motioned for 2 of her subordinates to attach 2 lines to Pegasus. "You are coming with us. If you try anything funny, then we'll blow you into space dust." Rabi saw that he had no choice and growled a bit at the lost opportunity. He then nodded as he directed his ship to head toward the waiting Nirvana. Inside Pegasus, all was silent as a broken figure lay in his seat. Slade had been severely injured from his latest encounter with the harvesters, and was dropping in and out of consciousness. Currently, he was in a kind of healing trance that he had learned during his travels, to speed up his recovery. The cockpit was sparking, and the life support was just barely keeping him alive, as he was being returned to the place in which he would once again call home. The Nirvana. To be continued. Author's notes. Long chapter, but I wanted to add more character interaction than what was done in the original Vandread. Slade certainly has affected a lot of people, hasn't he? Slade's encounter with the harvesters will be described in the next chapter. We will also have another confrontation with him and Rabbi, and despite being injured, Slade is going to have it out with the traitor, or rather traitor. The Tekkadread series will really be heating up with several surprises in the last 2 chapters as I wrap this up. See you there. Chapter 14 Chapter 12 12 Storms of Rage. Disclaimer: mine is not to question why. Thoughts. Chapter 12 Storms of Rage. Here. You left something behind out there, Rabbi said. He gestured to the severely damaged Tekkapod, as it was being lowered to the hangar floor. His simian partner Yutan had gone off in search of her favorite plaything Puro. The massive machine made a thunderous noise as it was laid down. All around the machine, the Dread pilots and the warrior squadron watched intently. The female techs, with Parfat in the lead, quickly began converging on it, assessing structural damage and taking energy readings. Whoa! What happened to it? Parfat gasped. She and the others couldn't believe that the Vandread had taken so much punishment and was still operational. Aside from its missing arm, Pegasus was still relatively intact. The girls then jumped back as the hatch to the cockpit hissed open. The servos creaked and groaned as the panel swung up to expose the occupant. It was then that a snarl was heard. Rabbi! You bastard! You are so dead! The traitor turned to see an injured Slade standing on Pega's chest. He smirked as he took in the Tekkaman's appearance. He was barely able to keep himself upright and his left arm clutched at his right side. He had numerous cuts and bruises all over his body and it looked like he was in serious pain. Blood was seeping from a head wound. Seeing Slade in pain gave great pleasure to Rabbi as he smirked at him. He then began taunting him. Well now, is that any way to thank the man who just saved your life? I would think that. Slade roared and thrust out his right hand with the palm spread out. A ball of ki appeared and blasted forth, catching everyone, especially Rabbi, by surprise. The ki bolt slammed into his chest, breaking to ribs in the process and caused a very nasty burn. Rabbi found himself flying backward and hit the bulkhead behind him, causing a human-sized depression in its surface. He let off a strangled gurgle and his eyes were wide with shock at what had just happened. How did that punk do that? Didn't he need to transform to shoot energy? In the crowds, the females gasped in wonder, awe and fear. Jura gulped a bit after the display. He can do that. What was that? Mia asked. Dinah let off a delighted noise and clapped her hands as she recognized what Slade had done. She remembered how he had used that power to free her trapped dread during the time they had first met. Wow! Mr. Alien used his secret alien power. You knew he could do that? Jura exclaimed. That's why it's called his secret power. Dinah replied as a matter of factly. Rabbi gasped as he tried to take in air, but his bruised lungs were having a bit of trouble expanding within the confines of his ribcage. He felt a stab of pain shoot through the top part of his torso. Then, in a blink of an eye, Slade was suddenly in front of him. Apparently, anger and adrenaline were giving the Tekkaman enough strength to begin dishing out high amounts of hurt. Slade slammed a fist into his gut, causing him to double over. One knee to the chin made the con man snap back up. Another fist nearly dislocated the jaw, and made a couple of teeth get knocked out. A follow-up spin kick to the face and Rabi was hitting the wall again. Since he wasn't completely recovered from his last bout with the Harvesters, Slade's endurance was down and he couldn't continue smacking Rabi around. Instead, he opted for clamping down a hand on the trader's throat. With some effort, he hoisted him up and Rabi found himself dangling a few feet off the floor of the hangar. He gripped both hands on Slade's arm, trying to make him let go. But the Space Warrior's grip was close to squeezing his windpipe to the diameter of a straw. "You filthy traitor!" Slade growled dangerously. "You're nothing but a liar, and a total waste of genetic material. Irk. Saved. Ugh. Like hell." Slade shot back. "I was still conscious when you aimed your ship's guns at me. You weren't trying to save me. You wanted to finish me off. As far as I'm concerned." He gestured with his head at Jusenkyo's group. "They saved me, not you. I saw you picking through the wreckage of those ships like the vulture that you are. Those ships had been full of good people whose lives you sold out. I don't know. Arg. Hack. What you're talking about. The hell you don't. You're the reason why the Harvesters have been raiding all the human worlds in this sector." At this point, their conversation began to catch the pirates' interest. Mia then asked a question. "What do you mean, Slade?" Slade let off another growl before replying. "Oh, didn't you know? Rabi has been working for the Harvesters. He sold out the entire human race by relaying information about each human world that he had encountered. That also includes information about this ship and everyone aboard, plus data about Megele and Tarak." There was a collective gasp among the females as the Tekkaman addressed Rabi. "Don't bother trying to deny it. I brought back enough proof to expose you for the stinking traitor that you are." Rabi managed to sneer at Slade and chuckle, though it hurt him to do so. He spat at him. Droplets of saliva and blood hit Slade's cheek as he continued to sneer. "Well, now that my little secret is out, what are you going to do about it? Knock me off? It doesn't matter now. Before I found you, I received a message from my customers, the Harvesters. They're on their way here." This announcement caused another collective gasp to be heard among the females. Slade was tempted. Oh, he was very tempted to rip that arrogant smile off his face and then reduce all of his bones to powder. However, now was not the time. Rabi was thrown to one side and slammed hard into a wall. The trader slipped down into unconsciousness as Slade turned and limped toward the hangar exit. However, several dozen women, aiming their rifles at him, then blocked him. His anger was raised a few notches as Barren stepped up in front and held up her gun at his face. "Hold it," You're not going anywhere, Slade growled. So that girl was still on her all-men-worthy anime kick, eh? Well, he didn't have time for this. Out of my way, Barnet. I got a few things to talk with your captain. Now step aside, unless you want that gun shoved up where the sun doesn't shine. However, just as he was about to let loose with another key blast, several members of the warrior squadron took up positions behind him and aimed their own weapons at Barnet's group. Jusenkyo, what are you doing? Barnet demanded. The Amazon glared at her. I should ask you the same thing. You heard Rabbi, didn't you? The enemy is coming. We have to get ready to fight them, not each other. It's just another lie by the men. You can't trust any man. Wrong. Sean insisted. What we can't trust are these stupid ideals of yours. Slade is on our side. Don't you see that? Both sides were ready to open fire, but then a voice was heard over the PA system. Stop this. All of you. The girls stiffened when they heard Magno's commanding voice. However, no one made a move to lower her weapons. Each was worried that the other might shoot if she let her guard down. This is a direct order to all of you. Put your weapons down. Magnos shouted. Slowly, but surely, each girl lowered her rifle, laser ring and so on. When everyone had holstered her weapon, there was a collective drop in overall tension. Then Magnos spoke once more, this time addressing the Tekkaman. Slade, report to the bridge. The bridge. D-boys. You look like hell. Magno commented as she looked over his bruised and battered form. She could tell that he was running on sheer willpower alone as he stood in front of her. Slade said nothing for a long moment, then snorted. I've been put through hell since this morning. Considering what happened today, I don't know why I am even bothering to tell you this, but I guess you deserve to hear it. What happened to you, Slade? Kuzo asked. Did you encounter the enemy? Yeah. And I got my ass handed to me. Both women became alarmed at hearing this. Slade was considered formidable, even without combining with the dreads. For something to have done this to him meant. Slade sighed then continued on. I never claimed that I was unbeatable. Flashback to a few hours ago. Slade's blood grew cold as he saw what appeared on the bridge's main monitor of the Melano's ship. It was big. Real big. What the hell is that? One of the enemy flagships. The Melano's captain replied as the fleet began preparing for all-out war. One of the enemy flagships? Slade couldn't get over the size of that thing and here the captain was telling him that there were more. The commander of the vessel nodded. Our long-range surveillance teams have been tracking the movements of the harvesters ever since they entered this part of the galaxy. They've spotted up to 3 flagships so far and it is possible that there's more. And one isn't enough. Slade thought as he took in the monster's appearance. The thing measured at least 9 miles in length and was shaped like some giant sea cucumber. On its sides were rows and rows of ships, which resembled the one that Tekkadread had destroyed during that fateful first encounter. On its bow was a glowing, inverted Y pattern. Flying escort for the behemoth were hundreds of thousands of cube fighters and space urchins. Slade had the abilities of a Tekkaman, but against that much raw firepower, he also knew of his limits. The Melano's fleet would not be able to stand up against them, and even if he was still with the Nirvana, Slade wasn't certain if the Tekkadreads would be able to win against this many enemies. For the first time in a very long while, Slade was thinking that discretion was the better part of valor. "Captain, I think it would be best if we withdrew." "We cannot," the captain said solemnly. "Why not?" "I'm no battle tactician, but I can tell that you're taking on more than you can handle, even with this many ships. It's not that we don't know that we're outmatched, it's just that there isn't anything or anyone left to defend our planet. We're the first, last, and only line of defense for Melanos." At that moment, the enemy began opening fire. Almost immediately, the entire defense fleet returned fire with volley after volley of lasers, particle beams and missiles. The star-studded background became plastered with explosions and debris. Fighters swarmed out like maddened wasps as their human pilots threw everything they had at the enemy. However, despite the destructive forces being unleashed by the Melano's fleet, the harvesters kept on coming, totally ignorant of the losses they were sustaining. They were unfeeling machines, absolutely merciless, carrying out their programmed orders and letting nothing stand in their way. Slade frowned as he watched the valiant Melano's fighters do whatever they could to push the enemy back, but it was a losing battle. The cube fighters were already breaking through their defensive lines and several cruisers were being invaded. One could only imagine the chaos and horror being wrought on those vessels as their crews were being harvested for their skin. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He had to do something. He bolted from the bridge and made his way to the hangar where Pegasus awaited. As he entered the area, a huge explosion rocked the ship. Walls were blown out and the floor trembled as flames started appearing. The cruiser's internal fire suppression systems kicked in, dousing the hangar with foam. As Slade made his way toward the Tekkapod, he caught sight of an inert form lying nearby. He ran toward the prone figure and knelt down to find a mortally wounded Saran. "Hold on, Saran. I'll get you out of here. You'll be all right." However, the engineer knew that this was the end as she felt her life's blood trickle away. She had just completed the repairs on Pegasus when the explosion had occurred. Flying debris had punctured her chest and her sight was fading. She smiled up at Slade briefly, then died. Slade felt as if a part of himself had died with her. Then his expression became one devoid of emotion. His whole body trembled with anguish and rage. After all he had been through. After everything that he had lost, then gained, now lost again. Finally, he snapped. Blinded by tears in his eyes, Slade raced to the nearest airlock. As soon as the door closed, he made his crystal appear. Tekkadread. The Melano's captain frowned as he looked at the tactical display. His fleet was being torn apart. The cube fighters by themselves were cutting down squadron after squadron of his planet's best pilots, and more than half of the cruisers had been invaded. To make matters worse, the main enemy flagship was laying down an endless stream of laser and cannon fire, obliterating several cruisers in the process. To the left of his command vessel, a cruiser suddenly exploded just minutes after the enemy had boarded it. The commander of the fleet assumed that the crew of that ship had decided to auto-destruct and take their enemies with them. He shook his head in sadness at their valiant, yet ultimately futile act. At this rate, the entire defense fleet would be annihilated, and Melanos would be left completely at the mercy of the harvesters. In minutes, the fleet was being pushed back and whittled down to barely more than a dozen capital spacecraft. The fleet commander shook his head resignedly. It looked like they had done nothing more than delay the inevitable. They were doomed. Just then, one of his bridge officers shouted out that a huge energy surge had just been detected from within one of their airlocks. A flash of emerald light shot past the bridge, and the crew all gazed in amazement and wonder. The main view screen zoomed in on the figure as he went through his astonishing metamorphosis. "It's him." The rumors were true. The Melano's captain exclaimed. The exploits of a strange being that fought the harvesters in powerful armor had reached even the distant planet of Melanos, and now they were having their first glimpse of the Tekkaman Slade. Out in space, Slade's body was stripped of its clothes as alien metal appeared and fused with his flesh. In a bright flare of luminescence, the transformation completed itself, and the space warrior wasted no time in tearing into the enemy, transforming to the EKK battle mode. Once again his form altered itself into a more dynamic shape, and in a nimbus of power, he sped through the swarms of cube fighters, obliterating them by the dozens. The human pilots found the pressure being eased off of them as their enemies were being eliminated in seconds. A few seconds later, another foe of the harvesters shot out into the void. Pegasus raced towards its master as he continued to wreak havoc among the harvester forces. The Vandread began undergoing its own transformation as it made a beeline toward the Tekkaman. It began elongating its fuselage and compressing its form into a more dynamic configuration. Once Slade caught sight of it, he made a flip and landed on its back. The two were surrounded by a corona of power and became a comet of utter destruction. Several of the siege ships and space urchins were blown to pieces as it sped toward the main flagship. The crews of the Melano's fleet watched in awe, as one man was causing more damage to the harvesters than they had done since the enemy had entered their sector. The lead ship's commander felt his resolve return as he communicated with the remaining cruisers to follow Slade's lead. The ships began concentrating their firepower on the main flagship and its fighter escorts. The Tekkaman charged headlong into another formation of cube fighters, slashing them apart with his lance while Pegasus was laying down an unending barrage of laser and cannon shots. With the Melano's fleet backing him, Space became even more littered with harvester debris. In minutes, the flagship's escorts were cut down as the enraged Slade refused to let anything or anyone get in his way. He ignored the countless hits on his armor as the main force of the Harvester fleet concentrated on eliminating their greatest threat. Radam armor was unbelievably strong, but it wasn't indestructible. The direct hits began to add up, pushing the armor's structural integrity to its limits. Cracks and dents started to appear on his upper torso, but Slade pressed on. Under his feet, Pegasus sustained very heavy damage but continued to carry its master as far as it could take him. When a stray shot struck the haft of his lance, the weapon broke in two and the pieces went flying off into the vacuum of space. However, Slade paid it no mind as he streaked toward the bow of the enemy flagship. Behind him, the remaining Melenos fleet and the fighters continued to lay down a withering salvo, giving Slade a clear path to his target. However, that was when the flagship began opening fire with everything it had. Particle beams and energy torpedoes came in massive waves, and Slade soon found himself being pushed back. Several of those attacks struck hard in his chest and he realized that he might have bitten off more than he could chew. A Tekkaman, though very powerful, had his limits and Slade was quickly reaching his breaking point. However, he stubbornly refused to back down. His Tekkabot's thrusters let loose at full throttle, trying to move him forward, but the relentless barrage continued. When Slade saw that the inverted white pattern on the bow of the ship began glowing, he knew that his Melenos allies wouldn't survive the attack. His shoulder units lifted up as he raised the lead ship's communications. "Get out of here now." Just then, the Harvester flagship let loose with a beam of power that would have caused the star to go nova. At the same time, Slade channeled every last bit of energy he had into his own counterblast. GOLTKK. The quantum and key blast hit the larger and stronger Harvester beam head-on. However, as powerful as Slade's attack was, it wasn't enough to stop the flagship's attack. At least not entirely. A large portion of the flagship's beam was deflected away from the surviving Melenos ships, but the remainder engulfed the Tekkaman and his robotic partner. Slade's armor buckled under the strain as he felt his entire body scream in agony. The Tekkabot's armor was also strained to its limit as it was sent tumbling through space. Debris from the battle pelted its surface and part of a cube fighter slammed into its right side, shearing off an arm. However, Slade's attack had not totally missed its target. A part of Slade's Voltiker beam lanced toward the enemy flagship. Despite its thick armor, the energy tore through and caused a chain reaction to occur inside. Small explosions began occurring inside the behemoth, crippling several systems. The entire craft shook as its insides were being ravaged. Though it was still relatively intact, it had suffered considerable damage. The main computer of the ship began assessing the situation. Though it seemed that its main enemy had been vanquished, in its current state and its escort fleet devastated, the flagship could not complete its mission to harvest the people of Melenos. For now. Repairs would be needed and that would take some time. The flagship decided that harvesting could wait for a while until more fighters could be manufactured and energy stores were replenished. After all, without Tekkaman Slade, the Melenos people had no other way to stand against it, right? Aboard the main ship of the Melenos anti-Earth defense fleet, the captain and his crew watched in total amazement. The enemy flagship was withdrawing. For the first time since this terrible war had begun, the human side was the victor, and it was all because of one extraordinary man. A man who had seemingly gave his life so that others may live to fight another day. Have you found him? Is our savior still out there? The officer that was manning the sensors shook his head sadly. I'm sorry, sir. I've contacted the other ships and we've done a full sensor sweep of the battle area. There's a lot of energy interference out there, but there's no sign of him. Most likely, he was vaporized. The captain's expression turned from hope to resignation. He had wanted to take Slade back to the Melenos and ask him to fight alongside their forces, but it seemed that the Tekkaman had decided on martyrdom. So be it. At least he had taught the people of Melenos some time to prepare for the Harvester's next attack. His example of courage and self-sacrifice would be the inspiration for his people to continue fighting. After recalling their fighters and taking in whatever could be salvaged, the Melenos fleet, numbering 15 cruisers in all, turned for home. Floating among the derelict hulks of cube fighters, space urchins, seed ships and Melenos cruisers, was the broken and almost non-functional form of the Tekkapod. Inside its cockpit was its bruised, bloody, battered, and beaten pilot. In the instant before he had been totally engulfed by the enemy flagship's attack, Pegasus had managed to reach Slade and get him inside of it. With the added protection, he had survived the conflagration but just barely. The strain and damage he had sustained had caused him to revert back to his human form. Pegasus had also been emitting a kind of cloaking field to hide Slade's biosignals so that the Harvesters would not detect him, thereby making them believe that he had been totally obliterated in the blast. With the flagship now gone, Pegasus then dropped the cloaking field and activated its distress signal. It had hoped that the Melenos people would pick it up and come to rescue its master, but with so much energy interference, the signal was not received by them. With nearly all of its systems down, including communications and propulsion, it could only watch helplessly as the anti-Earth defense fleet warped back to its home. It would take several hours before the energy emissions were low enough for the signal to get through. Until then, Pegasus would do whatever was necessary to keep Slade alive. End of flashback. I don't know how long I floated out there, but if it weren't for Pegasus and the warrior squadron. Slade let his voice trail off, then let off a tired sigh. In any case, Captain, I think that you should know that this ship is next, along with your home planet and the men's, according to what Rabbi said. I see. Magna was very concerned. Slade had been defeated. He had actually been defeated. If the enemy had that kind of firepower plus more of those flagships, then it was more imperative than ever to get back to Megele and warn both it and the male planet of Tarak. Only a united effort would be able to stand up against the invaders. Magno also knew in her heart that Slade was the key to the enemy's defeat. After all, he had managed to stop, albeit temporarily, an enemy flagship. With the power of the Tekkadreads and the Nirvana's crew working together, they would be able to overcome any obstacle. However, there was still the problem of the mutiny, as well as the fact that the Nirvana was currently without its navigator and chief physician. Still, she had to ask, "So dear boys, do you think we can win?" Slade frowned at her. "What do you mean we? In case you've forgotten, I'm considered the enemy, remember?" At that point, several crew members appeared on the bridge and aimed their blaster rifles at him. Magna winced, as she was about to order them to lower their weapons and stop this nonsense. This was definitely not the time. However, Slade shook his head to her as he raised his hands in a non-threatening manner. "It's not your fault, Captain. I'm not holding you responsible for any of this." He resignedly held out his hands to them, which they immediately cuffed as he was led away. As they watched him being taken away, Puzo and the captain became even more worried. "I've never seen Slade act this way. He didn't even try to resist. It's as if the battle with that flagship had broken him." The first officer remarked, "I think it's more than that, BC." Magno said, "I think Slade has lost his faith." "His faith?" "Yes. I think that the events of this day had caused Slade to lose faith. In himself, in us, and in the human race. Back on the Harvester's world." "What? One of our flagships encountered the Tekkaman Slade?" one of the leaders said as he read the report. "What happened?" another leader asked. The tech nodded. "Apparently, during the operation to gather the Melenos people for their skin, the force we sent to eliminate their defenses encountered the Tekkaman. It suffered considerable losses and it had to withdraw. And the Tekkaman, missing and believed to have been destroyed. It seems that he was no match for the flagship's overall firepower. Apparently, we no longer had need of those countermeasures we developed to combat him and the Tekkadreads. Do not assume anything," the head of the Harvester leaders warned. "If that Tekkaman was able to temporarily halt a flagship on his own, then we cannot afford any mistakes at this point. His demise has not been verified, so therefore, we must assume that he is still alive." He then asked the tech another question. "Are the countermeasures and that special project ready?" "Yes, sir." "Then have them sent to destroy the Nirvana. If the Tekkaman Slade is still alive, then we shall defeat him and the Nirvana in one stroke." Somewhere near the sector where the Nirvana was in, another flagship just received orders to move out. Deep within it, in specialized hangars, the countermeasures to the Tekkadreads were being made ready for battle. One countermeasure in particular was anticipating the moment in which it would face off against Slade. Its name was Saber, the Nirvana. But Commander, we need you. Shanta pleaded as she stood in front of the cell in which Slade had been put in. The two guards who were assigned to watching him looked down with disdain. However, the Tekkaman didn't seem to be listening as he sat in a cross-legged position and focused on speeding up his healing. Behind him, Guero and Bart listened to their conversation. Laying on the cot and still unconscious was Rabbi. "Commander!" the Amazon cried out. Finally, after a long moment of silence, Slade responded, but did not face her. "Don't call me that. I relinquished that position to you, remember, Jusenkyo? It's what you wanted when the Vanguard Squadron was formed, right? Why are you talking nonsense? You are the leader of the Vanguards. You are the one that we follow. Do you realize what we risked to find you? A lot of our friends resent us now, because we believed in you, and we still do. Then you wasted your time," Slade said quietly. "What?" Slade took a deep breath. "I believed in this ship. I believed in everyone. Now, I don't believe in any of that anymore. In fact, I'm not too sure that I believe in myself. Commander, the warrior squadron is yours, Jusenkyo," Slade said with finality in his tone. "Oh, I am grateful to you for saving me. Things have changed. I can't go back into battle with you now. Think of what might happen if I did. Half of the crew will not accept my help, Guero or Bart's. In fact, a lot of them hate me. Our getting involved would only make things worse and endanger everyone. Every time I get involved, people get hurt, or even worse." In his mind was Saran's expression before she had died. "You are the leader of the Vanguards now, so lead them. I know that you'll do a good job." Shanta couldn't believe what she was hearing. It was as if she was talking to an entirely different person. What had happened to him? Seeing that she wouldn't be able to pierce the shell that Slade had erected over him, at least for now, the Amazon nodded her head and gave him a salute before leaving. She quickly hid her face from him so that he wouldn't see the tears that was starting to appear. Slade was left alone with his thoughts as his body continued to heal. In the cafeteria, Barnett was having another rally against accepting help from the men and asserting the women's independence. "We can win without the men. We don't need the help of the men. We didn't need them before they came aboard this ship and we don't need them now." As her followers cheered her on, in the rear of the crowds, Gascogny shook her head. "Fools! This is not going to work. They're blinded by pride and not thinking with their heads. They've closed their hearts to everything." The head supplier gazed at Barnett as she went on and on about the evils of men and how they had tainted their once pure, female society. She sadly shook her head. The dread pilot reminded her of those propaganda films from Tarak and Megele. Seeing that trying to talk some sense into them would be useless, she decided to hold her peace. Out in space, Mia was worried and her concerns were well-founded. Though Slade had returned, the rift in the Nirvana's crew was still there. The ones that refused any help from the men were at odds with those who believed in the males. The ship was still a sitting duck without Bart at the controls, and any injured crew member would be left at the not-so-tender mercies of Pilot's medical skills. With the information that the captain had given to her, Mia had decided that it would be prudent to be on the lookout for enemy activity. That was why she and a few of her subordinates were patrolling the surrounding areas in their dreads. She prayed that they would not be attacked before the problems on the ship could be resolved. However, that was when fate decided to deal them a very bad hand. Mia's long-range sensors went off as they picked up the approach of something huge. Oh no! Mia knew that this was it as she signaled for her rowing mates to follow her back to the Nirvana. Mutiny or not, the pirates would need to get ready for what might well be the most intense fight of their lives. The bridge. Perfect coughed as another circuit relay blew up in her face. She had been trying without success to access the control mechanisms, which Bart used to guide the ship. However, the navigation well was spitting out any probing device that was inserted into it, and overloaded any attempt to bypass its interface controls. Apparently, it would accept no other navigator but Bart. The head engineer would have preferred spending her time with the modifications she had planned for Pegasus, instead of this futile exercise. The navigation well was attuned to Bart's biorhythms, and several volunteers had already been forcibly ejected when they tried to enter it. However, with Pegasus currently out of commission, the enemy forces nearby, and the other females unwilling to let Bart out of his cell, the brown-haired girl had no choice but try to find a way to move the ship. At that point, Dinah came up to her and asked her to fix up Mr. Alien's partner. Please? Pretty please? Perfect sighed as she reached for a circuit clamp. I'd like to help, Dinah. Really I would, but I can't. Everyone wants me to get this ship moving without Bart, and if they see me repairing Slade's Vandread, then they'll start calling me a traitor. But Mr. Alien needs his partner. I know that, but I can't do anything about it. In any case, Pegasus is way too damaged right now, and it would take at least 2 days of non-stop work just to get its basic systems back online. This news caused Dinah to become disheartened. However, Perfect pointed to her toolbox without facing her and said, "Can you do me a favor? Can you bring my toolbox back to the hangar? I won't be needing it until tomorrow." The young dread pilot smiled at the underlying meaning of the engineer's words and swept up the toolbox. "Thank you so much, Perfect. Later." Oh dear. This is a lot different than a dread. Dinah whined as she tried to work at one of Pegasus' terminals. Unlike her fighter, the Vanguard was suited more for hand-to-hand combat with its configuration, and its Pixie's enhanced circuitry was far more intricate than conventional wiring. The young pilot realized that she had taken on a task that was far beyond her capabilities. She knew how to diagnose problems and make basic repairs on a dread, but fixing Pegasus was way out of her league. "I can't believe that you'd go through all this trouble for a man. Dinah stopped in her attempts to repair Pegasus when she heard the voice. She came out from underneath the Tekkabot's front cowling and smiled up at her friend. "Piley, what are you doing here?" The little nurse became a bit nervous as she bowed her head, twiddled her fingers, and said in a very quiet voice, "I came here to say that I'm sorry." "Sorry? For what?" "You know, for causing all of this. It was my fault. I didn't know that you were crying because of those onions, and I was jealous about how much time you spent with Slade." And the little girl's eyes began welling up as she tried to hold back her tears. Dinah found herself feeling a bit of anger, then went right back to smiling at her friend. "I know that you didn't mean for all this to happen, Piley. You don't have to say sorry to me." "I don't? Of course not. We're friends, silly. We'll always be friends," Dinah replied as her cheerfulness came back at full blast. "But I think that you need to say sorry to Mr. Alien." Piley winced. Eating crow was not what she wanted to do, but Dinah was right. Every now and then, Dinah's airheadedness disappeared and she would show signs of great wisdom. Still, she had to ask her friend a few things. "Why is it that you chase after him so much?" Dinah smiled as she went back to work on Pegasus. "Because he's Mr. Alien." "Huh? I know it sounds strange, but even though he's a man, I want to do whatever I can to help him. It's how I feel about him. When you care about someone like that, then you should do everything you can to make that person happy, because it makes you happy to see that person happy, right?" Piley smiled a bit while shaking her head. She then held up her frog puppet. "I guess there's no use in fighting it. Kuro. Kuro." It was at that moment that the general alarm went off. The enemy had arrived. "Leave me alone. Go away." Kuro cried out as he tried desperately to get away from his unwanted admirer. However, U-10 was still hot on the machine's heels as she continued to pursue him through the halls of the ship, heading toward the bridge. The brig. There wasn't much that Guero could do for Rabbi, aside from assessing that he was in no danger of dying, though he was going to be feeling substantial pain when he came to. The doctor turned his attention to Slade's injuries. Without the medical supplies of the sick bay, the physician couldn't do much for the Tekkaman. However, he became very fascinated at the self-healing process that Slade was using recuperate. Cuts healed at a rate far faster than normal and bruises were gradually fading away. It was then that the three men heard the general quarters alarm. Their guards hurried off to respond to the imminent enemy attack, leaving their captives to fend for themselves. "What's going on?" Bart wondered, though he and his two compatriots had a good idea what was happening. Slade stopped in his self-healing and went toward the bridge porthole. He saw small streaks of light, which he knew were the vapor trails of the Dreads and Vandreads as they were launching to meet the enemy. However, if his last encounter was any indication, then this could well be the crew's final battle. Guero got up and joined him to watch the coming battle. "So, do you think they stand a chance?" With just dreads and vanguards? Slade shook his head. He wasn't going to lie. No. They don't stand a chance. But it's their decision. So you're not going out to help? They don't want my help. The Tekkaman replied sadly. I don't know if I could help. I'm still not fully recovered from my last battle. Even if I were, I don't know if the Tekkadreads could stop that. He gestured to the huge flagship that was just appearing in the distance. Swarming around it were several small clouds, which were hundreds of squadrons of cube fighters, seed ships and space urchins. The enemy fleet stopped some distance from where the Nirvana was. Is that the same flagship that you thought from before? Dwero asked. Slade squinted a bit, then shook his head. No, it's not. I managed to blast a pretty big hole in the bow of the one I thought with the people of Melenos. I doubt it could have repaired something like that so fast. I think it's another one. The commander of the Melenos fleet did mention that there were more of them. Mia was on edge and she knew it. As the dreads launched and lined up behind her, she noticed that the warrior squadron was also deploying. She felt a bit disheartened when she saw that the Tekkapod was not among them. She observed Jusenkyo Spring in the lead and realized that for this battle, the pirates could not rely on Slade's power to give them an edge. And they needed that edge, especially when they were about to engage his flagship and so many fighters. Inside her vanguard, Jusenkyo readied herself and her command for battle. The Tarak machines were now equipped with new electron pulse rifles to give them added range and firepower. They had also been given extra armor plating to withstand several direct hits. However, the enhancements did not boost the morale of the once proud warrior squadron. Their leader was not going to fight with them. Several of the pilots had protested when Jusenkyo had given them the bad news, but it was too late now to do anything about it. They were committed. In the register, Ikazuchi nodded as her staff went about its business and filled out orders for the Dread and Vanguard pilots. However, the atmosphere wasn't the same. With Slade and the other men in the brig, there was a lot of tension among the stage hands. She became a bit angered when she saw Barnett enter and thrust out her request for her dread. She quickly hid her expression as she looked down at the keycard. I need this order filled out now, the dread pilot said with some irritation. Jura had been ignoring her since Slade had returned and Barnett's temper had begun to boil. The head supplier gave the younger girl a bit of a glare before smirking at her. Remember Barnett? Remember what? Barnett asked with irritation. Smile. Smile. The dread pilot gritted her teeth in a snarl, then forced herself to smile, before Ikazuchi took her keycard and authorized the order. Once the dreads had all gotten into formation, Mia began making her final checks and raised all the pilots on communications. We'll attack in Delta formation. Jura, you will lead Group 2 and cover the Nirvana. The blonde pilot nodded, then asked the dread leader. Do you think we can do it, with just dreads and vanguards? Mia didn't have an answer as she simply said, keep on your guard and good luck. Just so you know, Mia, I don't like losing battles. Neither do I, Domineers on his bridge. Boom. This is impossible. Perfect said as her face was now smudged and her hair was frazzled. After her 30th attempt to access the navigation well's controls, she about ready to say to the heck with it all. Should I get barred up here? Magno asked. As soon as the question was voiced, it was immediately shot down by several of the bridge crew. No. We have to win this fight without the men. We don't need them. Men are nothing but slime. Ezra kept silent, as she knew that her support of the men would only make things worse. The pirate captain shook her head sadly. Why couldn't they see that Slade and the others were essential to their survival? Perhaps it was time for her to put her foot down and, at that moment, Puro came barging into the bridge, followed by Yutan. He flitted about, screaming out cries for help as the simian continued to pursue him. Perfect then got inspired at the Navi robot's appearance. She quickly grabbed hold of him as he passed by and brought him to the navigation well. Perfect timing. I could use you. Huh? The little machine became puzzled as he was being hooked up. Puros should be able to interface with the navigational systems. The female engineer then punched in a few codes and became ecstatic when Puro began accessing the navigational well's main systems. However, when saw him jerking about erratically, she began to fear that the data was just too much for his memory banks to store. Suddenly, Puro became stiff. Then his eyes glowed a bright yellow as he levitated high above the bridge. Then he spoke, but not in his voice. Resistance is futile. What's going on, Perfect? Magno asked as she and the rest of the pirate crew listened. All the communication channels were picking up that same voice. The men in the bridge also listened. I think it's the enemy, Perfect replied as she looked at her instrument's readouts. They must be using Puro to communicate with us. She then gazed at the image of the flagship on the main monitor. The ancient woman nodded as she replied back to the voice. Who are you? The voice answered. We are from the planet known as Earth. Earth? The same world where our ancestors came from. That can't be. If you are from Earth, then why have you been hunting us? We are the future of the human race. Your organs will keep the United States alive for many more years to come and we thank you for them. Whether you agree with this or not is irrelevant. You shall be harvested to ensure our existence. With those words, Puro let off a small puff of smoke and clattered onto the floor of the bridge. Among the pirates and their male captives, absolute shock reigned supreme. The dread forces, the same. We all came from the same planet. Even Mr. Alien, the Register. Our enemies are from Earth. Gascogni gasped. The brig. It can't be. Bart said in disbelief. We're being hunted. By the Earth? It's all true. The men turned and saw that Rabbi had finally regained consciousness and was sitting up. It was apparent to them that he was in considerable pain. However, he still maintained that irritating smug look as he began explaining. the so-called aliens that you've been fighting all this time are actually from the same planet that we all came from, Earth. About a century ago, humans set out from Earth to colonize other worlds and to escape from an enemy that was attacking the planet at the time. What enemy was that? Dwero inquired. Rabbi shrugged as he got up. Not too sure about that. All I know is that the Earthlings managed to win against them, but are now after the organs of those who had colonized other planets. We're all just spare parts to them. And what is your part in all this? Bart demanded. Didn't Slade tell you? I happen to be an informant for Earth. In addition to the things that I sell, I also gather information about each planet I visit and relay the data back to Earth. That's how I make a living. You can think of each world like a farm and I'm considered as the farmer. Everyone is killed and their organs are used to sustain the survivors on Earth. As far as they're concerned, you had no choice in the matter. What? You sold the United States out? Bart exclaimed. Rabbi shrugged again. So what if I did? What are you going to do? Knock me off? The traitor would really regret saying that again as Slade let off an enraged snarl and thrust his right hand out. WHABOM. The key bolt smashed into Rabbi's chest, nearly killing him, while breaking 5 more ribs. He went tumbling down in a mangled heap. That was when Slade came up to him, hauled him up with one hand on Rabbi's throat and glared at him. Listen up, you stinking traitor. From now on, I don't even consider you as a human being. You're nothing but an inhuman parasite. I should finish you off right now and save us all any further grief, but that won't solve the problems that you caused for the entire human race. However, I promise you that the next time we meet, I will send you to hell. With that, he tossed Rabbi away like a rag doll, knocking him out again, then fired off another key blast at the bridge's laser bars. The entire front of the cell short-circuited, which allowed the men to escape. However, the question was, where could they go? Dwero called out to the former heir to the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. Slade, where are you going? Slade stopped before reaching the bridge's exit. Isn't it obvious? I thought you said that they won't accept your help. Maybe so. The Tekkaman agreed as he made his crystal appear. But something about what that scum said made me think. About what? He paused for a moment, then responded. He said that we don't have a choice in the matter, meaning that our opinions, our thoughts, our hopes and our dreams aren't important, that they don't matter. Well, I say they are important. We all have a right to lead our own lives. We have a right to our own existence. The Earth may deny us that right, but I'm not going to accept that. I may not know who I really am. I may not know where I came from. But I do know that I exist. And I won't let anyone take that away from me. I'm going to show proof of my existence. With those words, he started running to the nearest airlock. Dwero considered his words, then nodded. Sounds good to me. It was time to show proof of his own existence by doing what he did best. He immediately headed toward the sick bay. Bart soon followed afterwards and began making his way toward the bridge. As for Rabbi, he came around a minute later and painfully began making his way toward where his ship was docked. He also recalled his orangutan partner, and once she was aboard, he disconnected from the nirvana. Like a dog with his tail between his legs, he fled the scene, not wanting to get involved in the pirates' struggle for their lives. Slade ran at full tilt as he headed toward an airlock that was near the Pixie's reactor room. However, just as he passed by it, the door suddenly slid open and a bright, blue-white light engulfed him. Out in space, the battle had begun. The dreads and Vandread scattered themselves among the multitudes of enemy fighters as they fought for their very survival. The nirvana had managed to raise its shields, but without navigation, it began to drift toward a gaseous giant. As it listed toward the planet, shots from the enemy fighters and the Earth flagship continuously bombarded it. In her dread, Mia was pushing herself to limit, as cube fighters beset her on all sides. The squadrons under her command were being whittled down as an unending wave of enemy craft kept on coming at them. The squadrons under Jura's command were trying their best to defend the nirvana, but they couldn't be everywhere at once. Siege ships and space urchins began mercilessly firing volley after volley of beams and projectiles at the pirate vessel. With the ship unable to move on its own, the pirates found themselves caught in the gravity field of the gas giant. The craft began listing dangerously toward it. Jusenkyo and her vanguards fought valiantly to stay in formation and give support to the dreads and the nirvana. However, even with their new weaponry and added armor, the humanoid Megele were seriously outnumbered. Several of the pilots had been forced to abandon their machines when they became too damaged. Those that did eject had to hope and wait for Gascony to come by and pick them up in her delivery shuttle, before the harvesters found them. So far, the head supplier had managed to retrieve every one of them. The pirates became even more desperate when the enemy flagship began advancing on the nirvana. More siege ships and space urchins were released from its sides to bolster the multitudes of cube fighters that were engaging the defenders. It seemed that the nirvana's crew had finally run out of luck. The Pixie's reactor. What's going on? What's happening? Slade shouted as he looked about. However, all he could see was an endless sea of green-white light. His body felt as if it was on fire as various images passed by at high speed. Some of the images he recognized as places and people that he knew of, while others didn't make sense at all. One scene showed himself as a young boy, walking about on all fours and acting like a cat. Another scene showed him fighting against some portly, bald man with glasses on top of some poles. More scenes, both familiar and unfamiliar, flashed by until finally, he saw a silhouette of a figure in what appeared to be Tekkaman armor. At first, he thought it was of himself, but the image was a bit larger and bulkier. Finally, Slade growled as he shouted out, "I don't what you are trying to do, but don't try to stop me." Then, as suddenly as it began, It all ceased and Slade found himself outside of the reactor room. Shaking his head to clear it, he continued on his way to the airlock. In the engineering room, Parfact cried out as one of her engineering staff was pinned under a large piece of bulkhead that had fallen on top of her when the ship shuddered from another direct hit. Immediately, Parfact and few other company workers tried to lift the heavy object off of the girl's legs, but were unable to move the massive hunk of metal. They needed more muscle. Then suddenly, the bulkhead seemed lighter as one end began to rise. The head engineer was surprised to see Duero at her side and straining to lift the heavy weight. When the debris was high enough off the floor, another of Parfact's staff ran to the injured girl and pulled her clear. "Duero, what are you?" Parfact began, but the physician interrupted her as he dropped his load and began physically examining his unconscious patient. Hairline fracture along the tibia and probably some torn ligaments. She got some bad cuts along her right calf and a probable concussion. He turned to her and said, "Get me some straight pieces of wood or metal and any kind of fabric. I'm going to have to stop the bleeding and improvise a splint. But no back talk to your doctor. Move. The quicker we get her into sick bay, the better." Parfact couldn't help but smile as she motioned for some others to assist him. The bridge. "Have no fear. Your navigator is here," Bart said as he made a grand entrance into the bridge. Magno gave irritated, but smiling expression at the blonde man. "HMPF. You're late." "Sorry," Bart replied sheepishly as he ran over to the navigational well and jumped in. All at once, the main drive controls became active as the Nirvana began slowing down its fall toward the gas giant. The airlock. TKSED. "Mr. Alien, where are you?" Dinah was having a hard time of fighting off her attackers, as they seemed to be endless. For every cube fighter that was destroyed, 3 more would take its place. There appeared to be no hope as the Dreads and the Vanguards were being overwhelmed. Then Dinah caught a flash of emerald green shooting out from the Nirvana's underbelly. She knew immediately who it was and felt new strength of will. Other members of the Dread and Vanguard teams also knew as well. "He's back, Commander. It's about time." "All right. Go get him. You, Mr. Alien." Slade immediately shifted to his tech battle mode and flew straight through several cube fighter formations. Since there were so many of them, every pass he made obliterated the enemy by the dozens. When he had taken out more than 100 fighters, he went back to his normal configuration and brought out his lance. His movements were somewhat sluggish, as he had not yet totally recovered from his injuries. Fortunately, he had a loyal team of vanguards to back him up. Jusenkyo took out 3 fighters that tried to blindside her leader. Then she and several other members of the warrior squadron took up formation behind the Tekkaman. Gascogni's supply ship flew above them, allowing those who had been taken out of the battle to see their commander back in action. In the cockpit of the vessel, Gascogni smiled as she raised Slade on her communicator. "Welcome back, D-boys." The Tekkaman gave her a sharp salute, then signaled his group into a flanking action. The warrior squadron pilots acknowledged his command and peeled off, shooting down more cube fighters and giving the dreads some fighting room. As for Slade, he headed toward the near zone to aid Jura in the defense of the ship. Mia and Dinah followed him in so that they could be close enough to combine when necessary. The blonde dread pilot was ecstatic when she picked up Slade on her sensors. She began racing toward him and was all set to combine. Though she didn't care for the crab, its force field would be very welcomed at this point. However, just as Slade came in close enough to initiate the fusion process, Jura's dread was struck from behind by a large energy burst from the Earth flagship and was sent spinning away from Tekkaman. What the? Jura frantically went about trying to regain control of her fighter, but was prevented from getting closer to Slade as more cube fighters converged on her and the other two dreads. Slade was also attacked en masse as the enemy flagship continued to advance on the near zone's position. Then the front bow opened up to let loose the Harvester's latest weapons. "Look at that!" Dinah cried out as strange craft emerged from the ship. It was then that the pirates got their first look at the Earth's countermeasures to the Tekkadreads. "It can't be." Mia shook her head in disbelief. "Impossible. They've actually managed to copy the Tekkadreads," Tuzum exclaimed. Magno knew that things were about to get serious. Slade stared in total shock as the new machines came into view. The copy to Tekkadread Dinah looked more menacing than the original, and mounted a single, huge blaster cannon over one shoulder. It was also equipped with energy blades on the forearms. The clone to Mia's Tekkadread was almost all black and looked more avian than dragon. It flapped its wings like a living thing as it took a position to copy Tekkadread Dinah's left. On its right, a grotesque version to Tekkadread Jura appeared. It looked like a cross between Jura's dread and its crab form, but it had a huge pincer in the front that made it resemble a giant beetle. How ugly. They're copies. I don't like this. In an instant, the copy Tekkadreads attacked and took on their non-transformed counterparts. Mia found that despite her dread's exceptional speed, copy Tekkadread Mia was running rings around her, and taking pot shots at her with every pass. Jura couldn't get though her doppelganger's force fields, even at point-blank range. As for Dinah, her dread's weaponry was no match for her double's overall firepower. The other dreads and vanguards were too busy with other enemy fighters and flagship to assist them, which left only Slade who could help. However, as he raced toward Dinah to combine and help fight off those fakes, a red beam of energy fired from the flagship. The shot grazed the Tekkaman in the shoulder, but to Slade, it felt as if that part of his body was on fire. Despite the protection offered by his armor, he screamed in agony. He had never felt pain like this before. When he looked down at his shoulder, he saw that the metal had become charred and chipped. What could have caused that kind of damage with just a glancing shot? Looking in the direction in which the shot was fired, he got his answer. His heart stopped momentarily as he saw. him. The figure was roughly his height and was wearing armor that was similar to his own, but was colored a dark brown and crimson. It had more sharper edges and appeared far more insidious. He stood on what looked like a technological manta ray. In his right hand was a double-bladed lance, and on his torso were several gem-like protrusions. His very presence radiated an evil aura that made a shiver run down Slade's back. This was not just a copy. He could sense that this was a real Tekkaman. Ida gasped as she got a glimpse of the newcomer while dodging her double. All the females and their male crew members were in a state of total disbelief. The bad aliens have copied Mr. Alien. Magnus shook her head with her mouth open. Today was certainly a day that she would not soon forget, though she wished she would. They can even make copies of Slade. Kuzum gasped. The ancient woman shook her head again. No BC. That abomination is no copy. The first officer became very alarmed at this. Then what is it? It's Slade's worst nightmare. Who are you? Slade demanded as he faced off against what would prove to be his greatest challenge. The enemy Tekkaman was silent for a long while, then finally, it spoke in a cold, cruel tone. I am Saber. Madai. With that, Tekkaman Saber charged towards Slade with his weapon thrust out in front of him. Slade barely had time to bring up his own lance to counter. The two exchanged dozens of slashes and thrusts in heartbeats, then began darting about the area of space like a pair of fireflies that were hopped up on drugs. The Nirvana's Tekkaman managed to block every attack that was thrown at him, save for one. Since he was still feeling the injuries he had received from his last battle with the Harvesters, his reaction time and strength were down. A wicked thrust to his heart was barely evaded, but Slade was not fast enough to avoid injury. Saber's weapon raked Slade's chest armor and tore a gash across its surface. The former Sodom bit down on the pain, backed off and got some distance between himself and his opponent. Saber merely hovered in place and held out his lance. First blood is mine. Slade winced as he saw a streak of crimson on the tip of Saber's weapon. He shockily got into a ready stance and said, "Don't matter who draws first blood, only who draws the last." The two stared each other down for one long and agonizing moment. Then they charged at each other again. To be concluded. Author's notes here. I know. You all hate me for leaving you hanging like this, but this chapter had been getting too long and this was the perfect place to leave off and prepare for the final chapter of Tekkadread. In the final chapter, Slade and Saber will go all out to see who is top Tekkaman, and the crew of the Nirvana will have to set aside their differences and work together to get out of this mess. See you there. 1. I couldn't resist that little quip after watching Star Trek Voyager last night. Chapter 15 Chapter 13 Part 1 Shattered TKK80 Disclaimer. Let's do this right for the last chapter, okay? Vandread, Tekkaman, Blade and Ranma one half all belong to their respective creators, and this piece of fiction uses their characters solely for the purpose of entertainment. No money is being made. Thoughts Chapter 13 Part 1 Shattered the planet Megele. Lady Grandma, we had received a message from the missing pirates. A maid held out a tray with an information disc in its center. However, a thin, withered hand with long fingernails waved off the disc, thereby dismissing its contents as unimportant. The planet Tarak. Lord Grandpa, we had just received a message from the female pirates. The scenes contained within the data disk were scanned once through a private monitor. Then a withered finger pressed a button marked delete. It seemed that the supreme leaders of the two planets did not consider any information from a band of outlaws to be significant. On the other side of the galaxy. This was the first time Slade had ever thought so hard. Then again, this was the first time he had thought this hard against a single opponent. Ever since he had awakened from the Tekkapod, he had believed to be the only Tekkaman in existence. He had never gone up against a foe that could match his powers or abilities. Until now. Slade knew he was in trouble. The injuries he had sustained from his battle with an Earth flagship were slowing him down substantially. His reaction time and strength were lower than usual. He was taking hits that he would usually avoid or block. It didn't help matters that he was already tired from engaging the cube fighters and the other enemy units before Tekkaman Saber appeared. Now he was fighting for his life against a fresh and absolutely relentless adversary, who wanted nothing more than to end the former Shodom's existence. The two darted about like maddened wasps, each trying to outmaneuver the other in a lethal dance in space. "Who the hell are you?" Slade demanded as he tried an overhead slash to Saber's head. The Crimson Tekkaman easily blocked the attack and countered. "I am your executioner." The two exchanged a series of parries and counters. "How could you be a Tekkaman? I thought I was the only one." "I am not just merely a Tekkaman," Saber replied as he kicked out with his right foot. "I am far above you as you are above those whom you side with." Slade parried the kick with his lance, then used his own counter kick, but Saber simply swatted it away. "You cannot beat me. I know all of your moves." The enemy Tekkaman retaliated with a fast slash combo followed by another kick to the sternum. The son of Genma managed to block the lance, but couldn't evade the kick and was sent hurtling down toward the nearest Mono with Saber following. The white Tekkaman slammed hard into the nearest Mono's defense barrier. But before he could recover, Saber crashed hard into him with a shoulder charge and his thrusters going at full throttle. The shield was already weakened from the constant barrages from the enemy forces, and certain areas had some gaps. The place where the two were pressing up against was extremely unstable, and a moment later, the Tekkaman broke through and landed on the hull of the pirate vessel, near the bridge. "Mr. Alien." Ida wanted desperately to combine with him, but with the copy of her Tekkadread constantly firing at her, she couldn't come anywhere near him. Mia gritted her teeth at her own adversary. A clone of her Tekkadread continued to plague her. It was just too fast. As for Jura, she too found it difficult to deal with her enemy without fusing with the Tekkaman Slade. Her shots were absolutely worthless against the fake's barrier. With all three Pixies enhanced fighters occupied, the Tekkapod currently inoperative, and the remaining pirate forces too busy engaging near flagship and its escorts, the injured Tekkaman Slade was on his own. On the bridge, Magno and her crew were speechless as they could do nothing but watch the battle that was taking place on the ship's hull. Slade was taking several hits as Saber continued to press his attack. So far, the Nearsmana's Tekkaman had managed to hold his own, but the pirate captain knew that with his injuries, he couldn't maintain such an intense pace for very long. She wished that the ship had some kind of weaponry to help, but so far, Perfect had found nothing along those lines ever since the Nearsmana had been created. Slade winced, as he was slammed hard onto his back. He just barely managed to bring up his lance to parry his opponent's stab at his midsection. A kick to Saber's side made the Scarlet Tekkaman momentarily lose his balance. Nodoka-san then began rolling away. At the same time, Saber started stabbing at his downed opponent, causing some wicked holes on the metal surface of the hull every time he missed his target. Unfortunately, this inadvertently caused another kind of reaction. OW, 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 OW. Bart screamed as he felt some kind of stabbing pain in his head. Magno gasped as she realized what was happening. Apparently, the cybernetic link between Bart and the Nearsmana was causing the navigator to receive some painful feedback from the two Tekkaman battling on the hull. They couldn't afford to lose Bart, now that he was finally back on the bridge. She immediately raised Slade. Boys, get off the ship. You're going to kill Bart if you keep this up. The martial artist caught the message and let loose with his thrusters at full throttle. Saber was caught off guard when his foe suddenly rammed into him. The force of the impact drove them both off the hull, past the defensive barrier and out into space again. The two backed off a bit from each other, then resumed their battle. The combatants darted all over the area, as explosions, lasers, cannon shots and missiles crisscrossed the star-studded background. The battle that raged around them, between the Megele pirates and the Harvesters, was totally ignored by the two antagonists, as they were only focused on each other. It seemed that the outcome of this duel would decide the fate of everyone present. Saber swung his lance in a wide arc, launching the tip of his weapon at his opponent. The projectile hurtled towards Slade like a homing missile. The target in question launched his own versions from his lance. 20-shaped blades deflected Saber's attack before returning to their master. Slade thought he had an opening as he charged in, but Saber dodged his thrust, then delivered a kick to Slade's midsection. Unable to stop his momentum in time, Slade was hit hard and driven back. Then the red Tekkaman thrust out with a fist and caught Slade hard in the chest. He followed through with a series of slashes, in which his foe couldn't stop entirely. 5 slashes hit home and ripped up the front of the white Tekkaman's armor. Another savage kick caused Slade to be knocked toward the enemy flagship. At this point, the battle began to reach its climax as the Earth mothership opened fire on the severely injured space warrior. Several hits caught him in the back as Slade tried to muster up the last remaining vestiges of his strength. He knew that he was going down, but he swore that he'd take that saber bastard with him. The Megele pirates were valiant fighters, and their long history of successes was a testament as to how effective they were as a group. However, there were times in which a person must admit that one was over one's head. This was most definitely one of those times. Megele and BC knew that if the battle dragged on any longer, they would lose irreplaceable pilots and crew members. The appearance of Slade had boosted morale and it had temporarily turned the tide. But now with the Tekkadread clones and that new Tekkaman keeping an eye on his tactical advantages occupied, the remaining Dread and Vandread pilots were being overwhelmed. Due to the schism caused by the mutiny, formations were breaking down and chaos was running rampant. Finally, Megele decided on the last resort. Retreat. Initiate automatic recall of all Dread and Vandreads. Bring them back now. She then directed her attention to Bart. Navigator. Set a new heading to these coordinates. Inside the well, Bart became confused when he received the new coordinates. Huh? You want us to go in there? Just do it. Slade winced as another one of Saber's attacks hit home. At this moment, his armor was dented and cracked in several areas, along with a few gashes. His opponent had suffered some damage, but it was mostly superficial. The white Tekkaman knew that if wanted to defeat Saber, he would have to do it now. The Crimson Tekkaman knew that he was on the verge of victory. More and more of his attacks were getting through his opponent's diminishing defense. Slade was now only putting up only a token amount of resistance. As of now, Slade was not just drifting in space. Saber had hoped for a more intense fight, to put his newfound powers and skills to test. However, he must finish off the Tekkaman Slade and continue Operation Harvest. With that in mind, he leveled his lance at his now helpless foe and charged in for the final kill. This island. Your finish. Mr. Alien. Slade. Commander. Boys. Whether he had heard the voices of his comrades would never be determined that day, but as Saber was just about to skewer Slade through the heart, the white Tekkaman shifted at the last possible instant. The point of Saber's lance punched through the weakened armor, but missed the heart by millimeters. The end was jammed through his ribs and mangled a lung. Blood began to spurt out into globules in space as part of the point protruded out through his back. Slade. Mia cried out as she saw the Tekkaman become impaled on Saber's weapon. Unfortunately, this had caused her to grow careless and she momentarily forgotten about her adversary. The Tekkadread clone made a tight turn and opened fire. The blast sheared off the right stabilizer wing of Mia's Dread, causing the craft to spin out of control. Luckily for her, Gascogni's ship was on the scene. Using the grappling arms, She grabbed hold of Mia's stricken fighter and began carrying it to the Nirvana. Inside her cockpit, the Dread leader nursed a bad wound on her shoulder, which she had received when she had been jostled about, after being hit. She looked back and saw that the other Dreads and the Vanguards were following them towards the gas giant. Slade let off a scream of absolute agony as his tormentor began to twist his blade. As he felt shot begin to wash over his body, one hand gripped the shaft of Saber's lance, while the other held onto one half of his own weapon. The other half of Slade's lance fell away, leaving him with a kind of short sword with a serrated, triangular blade. He brought it up and jammed it into Saber's face. The red Tekkaman howled as Slade's weapon pierced his helmet and ripped into the left side of his face. This caused him to let go of his weapon, and his opponent took this opportunity to kick him hard in the midsection, knocking him even further back. This also caused Slade to be propelled backward toward the gaseous giant, where coincidentally, the Nirvana and the other pilots were retreating to. However, the enemy fighters and the flagship were bearing down on them to intercept. Slade knew that he wasn't going to survive. He could already feel his body growing cold and numb. However, as he fell toward the gas giant, caught in its immense gravitational fields, he decided to do as much damage to enemy as he could before meeting his maker. His shoulder units flipped up as he took aim at Saber, who had just pulled his blade out of his face. Energy began to collect as Slade prepared to fire. Saber was enraged as well as feeling pain as he savagely removed the blade from his face. Through his one good eye, he saw that Slade was about to launch his Voltiker at him. Well, that sweetened him just fine as the gem-like protrusions on his torso began to glow with a scarlet light. It was time to show him who was the strongest Tekkaman. Slade said his final prayers as he let loose with his strongest weapon. Goldkk. Saber smirked from behind his damaged helmet as he unleashed his attack. Anti-Goldkk. Unlike Slade's beam, which was a solid, green-white blast, Saber's attack consisted of several scarlet beams, which lanced out, expanded, then converged together on his target. The Voltiker beam was engulfed and neutralized as the anti-Voltiker struck Slade with lethal results. Slade let off one final scream as he felt his body being savaged by Saber's attack. His armor was ripped up and shredded like tinfoil as the energies played havoc with his insides. Soon, the white Tekkaman became like a flaming meteor as he plunged into the gas giant's outer ionosphere. Several of the enemy ships, including the 3 Tekkadread clones, tried to follow them in, but they soon discovered that they couldn't withstand the intense gravitational fields. The copy Tekkadread Mia exploded when it charged in, along with a seed ship, but the copy Tekkadread Jura put up a force field to protect itself and copy Tekkadread Dida. They quickly exited the planet's ionosphere. With shield zone full, the Nirvana was safe for a while inside the planet's gravitational fields. On the bridge, Magna waited for news of the Dread and Vanguard return. Eventually, everyone was safe and accounted for, with the exception of 3 Dread pilots, the head supplier, and one Tekkaman. Come on, D-boys. I can't hold out much longer. Vascogni had spotted Slade the moment she and the remaining dreads entered the gas giant's outer layers of gases and energy storms. She had been trying to grab hold of the falling Tekkaman with one of her ship's grappling arms, but in order to do so, she had to drop her ship's protective barrier. As of now, the hull was threatening buckle under the intense gravitational fields. Behind her, Taira and Jura followed her. They could not do anything in their non-fused fighters and hoped that the head supplier would make the catch before she ran out of time. After 1 minute of trying her best, Vascogni knew that any longer and her ship would be crushed, along with Mia's. She was just about to reactivate the barrier when she caught some movement from Slade. Slade was just barely conscious when he saw the supply ship so tantalizingly close, yet so far. His thrusters were inoperative and he could barely move. However, he had just enough strength for one last act. Raising his right arm, he aimed for the grappling claw. Though his vision began to blur, he focused on his target and fired off an energy cable. The line wrapped itself around the grappling arm. Vascogni smiled in triumph as she reeled in the Tekkaman and activated her barrier. With both Mia and Slade safely aboard, she, Taira and Jura made their way to the awaiting Nirvana. Clear the emergency room. Now! Slade's battered and bloodied body was wheeled into the operating area as Tuero immediately started hooking him up to several instruments, and instructed Pilot to begin administering sedatives. The Tekkaman had automatically reverted back to his human form when he came aboard the Nirvana, and tightly clutched in his right hand was his Tekka crystal. The crystal had lost much of its emerald sheen and was cracked in several places. Slade's eyes gazed up at the ceiling as he felt his body grow ever colder and his breathing became shallower. We have to prevent him from going further into shock. He's lost a lot of blood and has suffered severe trauma to his chest and back. Both doctor and apprentice nurse worked feverishly to save Slade. At that moment, Taira, Mia and Jura burst into the room. How is he? Is he going to be alright? How bad is Mr. Alien hurt? The doctor was about to order the three of them out of the emergency ward when Slade's pulse meter began giving off warning alarms. The Tekkaman's heart rate was increasing dramatically as his body began convulsing out of control. Tuero tried to hold him down, but he continued to tremble until finally, his body stiffened and then fell back on the gurney. His eyes closed as his right hand went limp. The pulse meter began showing a flat line. The three dread pilots gazed upon the unmoving Slade in total shock. At that moment, his Tekka crystal fell out of his now lifeless hand and shattered into several pieces on the floor. Mr. End of Part 1 F** Chapter 16 ** Chapter 13, Part 2, Remembrance TKK Disclaimer, Vandread, Ranma 1/2 and Tekkaman Blade all belong to their respective creators and no money is being made off this piece of fiction. Thoughts, Telepathic Communication Chapter 13 Part 2 Remembrance. Slade was dead. The Nirvana's head physician had tried everything to revive his patient: CPR, chemical stimulants, defibrillation, electromagnetic brainwave pulsators, and whatever else his medical training and advanced Megele technology could offer. However, nothing he could do would make Slade return to the land of the living. Finally, after a full hour, he at last acknowledged that it was no use. With a heavy heart, Macfile pulled the cover over the downed warrior's face and declared him clinically deceased at 1730 hours. With reverence, he bowed his head in silence, in respect for a great fighter, and an even greater friend. Slade's demise caused repercussions throughout the Nirvana's crew as the craft was amid heavy gravitational fields and electromagnetic storms, deep within the gas giant. Outside of the ionosphere, the Earth fleet waited patiently for the pirates to come out, if they ever did. If they chose to emerge from the raging storms of the gas giant, they would face the astronomical might of the Earth flagship and its escort fleet, as well as the Tekkaman who had defeated Slade, the merciless saber. If the pirates opted to remain where they were, then they would be doomed to die from the intense gravitational fields and electromagnetic storms, once their power supplies were exhausted. As of now, the Nirvana only had enough energy to maintain its barrier for 72 hours. There was a somber, despondent attitude among the females of Magno's crew. Each one tried to deal with the fact that Slade was gone and that it was very likely that she would join him in the great beyond in the next 3 days. A few were glad that he was gone, due to their ingrained hatred of all men, but most of the crew members who had initially joined Barnett's side during the mutiny, now saw the error of their rash and impulsive actions. As a result, those who had renounced their childhood beliefs shunned Jura's friend. Guero and Bart were no longer persecuted on the basis of their gender. After all, what would be the point? They would all be dead soon. Those who believed that the end was near had decided to throw caution to the wind and began abandoning their posts and duties. Several members of the Dread and Vandread pilots went on alcoholic binges to try and drown their sorrows in wine. Others isolated themselves in their quarters and would refuse to come out for any reason. Thankfully, none had contemplated suicide. Yet, a few girls in particular were especially inconsolable. Mr. Alien, Sob, why did you? Sob, have to die? Dinah was kneeling in the middle of her room with a small object clutched to her chest. It was the rough diamond pendant that Slade had fashioned out of a lump of coal for her Christmas present. Among her prized collection of alien artifacts, it was her most cherished possession. After all, it came directly from a real alien. To Dinah, anything that did not come from her home planet of Megele was considered as alien to the usually enthusiastic girl. The all-female world was so ordinary to her. Ever since she was young, she had always looked to the stars and wondered just what was out there. Hearing about the so-called terrible men only fueled her desire to venture forth into space. When she had joined up with the pirates, she knew that she had the perfect opportunity to see what the universe had to offer. She could still remember her first contact. Flashback. Kinda. Wow. It's a real it's alien. Slade. Who are you calling an alien? End of flashback. Ever since that first encounter, she wanted nothing more than to learn all she could about Mr. Alien. She had never encountered a man before, and he was always showing new skills and amazing powers. As she spent more and more time with him, she had begun to have certain feelings about him that she didn't understand. Why would her heart skip a beat every time she came near him? Why would she always feel like swooning whenever he was around? Why did she so weak, yet so strong whenever he talked to her? She wanted to be just like him. She wanted to be with him, forever. Was it because he had been part of her very soul? Now that he was gone, an empty void in her very being had formed, and it seemed that nothing could repair it. Her very spirit had been shattered along with Slade's Tekka crystal. The engineering section. Parfait gazed at the broken remnants of the Tekka crystal on her work table. She had gathered up every last shard and fragment of the once mighty key to the Tekkaman power process. She had been working in vain to piece it back together, but had been unsuccessful. She still did not have a full understanding of Radam biotechnology or how Slade used his key to control it. She had made several attempts to fuse the broken pieces together with welding tools, lasers and plasma binders, but nothing worked. The broken Tekka crystal rejected every process. The head engineer sighed as she stood up and looked over to her other failure. Well, technically Pegasus wasn't really a failure. It was just so badly damaged that she had no hope of repairing it in time for the pirates' next and possibly final confrontation with the enemy. If only it could be restored to its original state. Then Parfait could finish the modifications she had been working on, and Slade could. As soon as she thought about Slade, her head bowed down in sadness and depression. What would be the use? The Tekkapod would only allow Slade to be its controller, and the new modifications she had planned were worthless without him. She began asking herself why she was wasting her time with trying to rebuild the Tekka crystal, in the faint hope that she could figure out how the Tekkaman power process worked. Instead, she should be more concerned on how to get more power to the barrier and keep everyone aboard the Nearsman alive. Then again, what would be the point in that? Eventually, the barrier would give out and the intense gravity fields would crush the crew, if the electromagnetic storms didn't reduce them to atomic particles first. And if they decide to face the enemy, Parfait didn't give very good odds of anyone escaping the harvest. The bespectacled girl had one bit of solace. When the end came, she would at least perish with all of her friends and Dwero. When Parfait became among the first girls to actually form a friendship with the so-called enemy to all women, many of her colleagues had thought that she had gone mad. However, with her natural curiosity and easygoing attitude, the head engineer had begun a movement toward acceptance and even trust between the genders. With the example of Slade and his relationships with the Register, the Dread and Vanguard teams, plus individuals such as Mia, Yukio, Shanpyu, Jura, and of course, Ida, Parfait had found the prospect of men and women living together in harmony more than just a possibility. It had become a reality on the Nirvana. However, that dream had died along with Slade, and it seemed that the mechanical genius had no more rabbits to pull out of her head to save the crew this time. The Register. As her staff went about its duties, Vascogni had decided to spend some time alone in her office. As she sat in front of her console, she contemplated the deck of cards in her hands. She began thinking back to her games with the Tekkaman. Though he was one of the worst card players she had ever encountered, Slade had never once complained about constantly losing, and was always happy to engage the head supplier in a few hands of poker. Just about all the other girls wouldn't play against her, since the muscular woman was just too good with cards. Now, she didn't have anyone to play against, and she really missed having the hard-working D-boy at the Register. She had been hoping to sample some more of his cooking, ever since he had helped prepare that Christmas feast. Vascogni smiled a bit as she also remembered how good he had looked in that tuxedo uniform. He had been efficient, and the Register just wasn't the same without him. He was the only person on the Nirvana, in which she'd allow to call her Vasco. Mia was extremely quiet as she sat in her room. Normally, this would not have been surprising, as the Dread leader was usually non-talkative unless she was giving orders. However, this silence was due to a much more profound reason. Her shoulder had been neatly bandaged up, and Poirot had assured her that she could still pilot her Dread against the enemy if she had to. However, like BC and the captain, she too had realized the gravity of the situation they were now in. Their greatest tactical advantage against the Harvesters was gone. The second in command of their defenses was dead. Mia knew that they couldn't win with just Dreads and Vanguards. Morale was down and team spirit was just about non-existent. However, like the tactician that she was, Mia tried to figure a way out of this. It was what Slade would have done. He never gave up and would always look for new options. On that thought, the aqua-haired girl found herself smirking a bit. Here she was comparing herself to a man. It hadn't been that long ago since she would have scoffed at the idea of a male even having any worth. However, that had all changed when Slade had arrived. She could still remember the time in which Slade had challenged her. Flashback. Slade. The warrior who loses her temper has already lost the battle. Mia. End of flashback. Mia's posterior still winced from that memory of being thrown across the hangar. Still, that event, along with those times on that desert world and in that asteroid field, made her realize the importance of relying on her teammates and to accept new ideas, even from men. She had let go of her pride and soon saw that Slade and he had a lot to offer, along with the other men. The pirates wouldn't have gotten as far as they did without them. Slade often appeared to me as an enigma. He most certainly wasn't from Tarak, and would frequently display talents and knowledge that someone from Megele would have never expected from a man. The more she learned about him, the more her curiosity was aroused. Was he even human? All of her being told the Dread leader that he was, and after seeing him die in front of her eyes, she knew that he had been mortal. Still, that did not explain how he could have such power and knowledge. Mia shook her head as she tried to make sense out of it and why she was feeling so strongly about him. Just what was it about him that had caused her to be drawn toward him? The sick day. Piley was feeling sad, and she had good reason. After all, she had been the one who had inadvertently caused a series of events, which had led to Slade's death. She had not expected her little mistake to have such dire consequences. It just that she was so angry when her best friend Dinah seemed to be ignoring her to be with her Mr. Alien. She had only wanted to get back at him for taking all of her friends' attention, especially on the anniversary of her joining Magno's pirates. However, that one error may very well have cost everyone's lives. She had later confessed to Jura when she had later come to the sick day. The 11-year-old girl fell even deeper in her depression. There was just no way out of this mess. They might as well give up all hope. They were finished. And she couldn't deny that she had played a key role in their eventual demise. Yukio the 17th sighed as she absently made some okonomiyaki on her grill. As she flipped the batter, her thoughts went back to the day in which Slade had saved her life. When he had prevented that stack of missiles from falling down on top of her, he had made the first crack in her wall of hate toward men. Since the time of Yukio I, all the females of her line had been taught from the cradle to detest the opposite gender. They were the enemy and could not be trusted. They had no honor and were to be treated like the scum that they were. However, try as she might, she couldn't bring herself to hate Slade after he had saved her life that day. In fact, she had grown to respect him, though for the life of her, she couldn't figure out how he could have known about her family's special recipe. She had been meaning to ask him, but now it was too late. Shantu sweated as she finished her kata in the ship's gymnasium. She had been going through her training exercises non-stop since it was announced that the warrior squadron's commander had died in combat. According to their ancient Amazon heritage, there was no greater way to meet one's end, save for dying of old age, surrounded by many grandchildren. The Amazon pilot was disappointed with several members of her squadron, who had decided to throw in the towel and gone off either to get drunk or lock themselves in their quarters. It seemed that when Slade died, the cohesion and camaraderie of the group had died with him. That kind of attitude did set well with the warrior girl, and she had been forced to take punitive measures against her fellow pilots for their lack of discipline. However, she couldn't stop them in their grief, and now about half the squadron was either physically or mentally fit for battle. However, she couldn't really blame them. After Slade's death, She had lost much of her will to go on. After all that they had been through together, all that they had learned from him, the fire of their group now seemed to have been reduced to a flicker. They had been the first combat group to use the hated men's machines, which had been designed to be used against them. They were also the first to have a male leader. Despite their initial distaste and reluctance to follow a man's orders, they had eventually developed a bond of loyalty for him. He had always looked out for them. Though his training was intense and at times almost impossibly rough, they came to understand that he did it all for their sakes, to prepare them for the worst. He played no favorites and treated everyone the same. He would often drill the girls through hours and hours of grueling practice sessions until they all mastered the techniques and worked together as one. And the original Shampoo's descendant had to admit that it had worked. Before Slade had met his end, the warrior squadron had been forged into a force to be reckoned with and respected. Now, the unthinkable had happened and the Tekkaman had been slain. Shanpu had thought that he had been invincible, that no one could ever conquer him, either as himself or in his armor. However, she now knew that he had been mortal, and that he had a human soul. He had not been the Mr. Alien that Dinah had made him out to be. He had not been the otherworldly war demon that he had appeared to be. In a way, it had been an object lesson for Sean and the other Vandread pilots. No one was indestructible. However, unlike some of the other mecha operators, she had not completely lost her faith. Slade had the utmost confidence in the squadron and in his second, right up to the time that he died. The Amazon had decided that she would continue on with what her commander had started. It would have been what he wanted her to do. She would keep on fighting the enemy, and if that meant that she would meet her end, then she'll do it in a blaze of glory. Despite being a man, Slade had shown the true Amazon spirit. Her ancestors would have been proud. The conference room. Captain, you can't blame yourself for what happened, PC said as she and her superior spoke alone. The aged woman let off a long and saddened sigh. And why shouldn't I feel that this whole mess was my fault? I should have stopped the mutiny before it got out of hand. I'm the captain, and yet I just let it happen. And now, here we are, trapped inside a gas giant with the Earth fleet waiting outside for us. We can't retreat, but at the same time, we can't just surrender. Either way, we'd be dead. If only I had stopped Slade from leaving, then getting himself killed to help us. Captain, you can't start second-guessing yourself. What's done is done. Kuzum emphasized. We can't change the past. I am also experiencing the pain that you and everyone else on this ship is feeling. I want Slade to be back as much as the rest of the crew does, but we must accept the fact that he's gone now. We have to start planning to deal with our present situation as well as for our futures. Our futures, eh? The elderly woman gave her first mate a sad smile. And exactly what would you propose that we could do to deal with that flagship and fleet? We don't have the Tekkadreads anymore. It's already been proven that the Dreads and Vandreads aren't enough by themselves, especially against that monster out there, and I'm not talking about that Earth battleship. The enemy flagship. Deep within the bowels of the main craft, a certain figure was being slowly regenerated inside a large, cylindrical device. The individual was encased in crimson and brown armor. As Saber floated motionless in the amber-colored fluid, he began picking up cybernetic communications from his masters from Earth. You have done well, Saber. The accursed Tekkaman Slade has been destroyed. One Earth later commented. As he continued to heal within the chamber, the Tekkaman replied arrogantly. Was there any doubt? I am after all, the greatest warrior in the universe. We do not care for that kind of tone, Saber. Another Earth later warned. Remember that we were the ones who made you. Before we recreated your body, you were just another wretch from the lower cities, begging for replacement organs. We made you and we can just as easily break you. I have not forgotten. Masters. Saber gritted. See that you do not. Now, all that stand in the way of the harvest are those female pirates and their two male allies. They are nothing without Slade. I will obliterate them all, if they decide to come out of that gas giant. We would prefer, if you would not destroy a potential supply of fine organs and bodies. Kill them all if you desire, but make certain that their remains are still usable. I am not a mere drone. I am Tekkaman Saber. I am. You are nothing but our servant. A third Earth later interrupted. Or shall we remind you of your place? A moment later, Saber began convulsing in agony as searing pain tore through his limbs and caused an intense stabbing sensation in his head. A minute later, the pain stopped and Saber stopped thrashing about. He took several deep breaths as another Earth later continued. We did not give you the powers of a Tekkaman, without installing a fail-safe. Should you entertain any thoughts of defying us, you are ours to command. Never forget that. Of course, Masters. Back on the Nirvana. WHAP. Barnet was in a state of shock as she held her stinging right cheek. Jura had just slapped her. What was that for? The brunette asked. In all the years that the two had known each other, the blonde pilot had never raised a hand to her. Now Jura was glaring at her as if Barnet had murdered her mother. I can't believe what you just said, Barnet. And I thought meal was cold. Jura said with none of her usual vain attitude and self-centeredness. In fact, it was one of those rare times in which she was dead serious. What are you talking about? All I said was that now that useless jerk Slade is finally out of our lives. WHAP. Barnet now found herself with both cheeks stinging. Take that back. Jura growled. What's the matter with you, Jura? Barnet was in total confusion. Why are you being so upset about some man? He was the enemy. He was. What's the matter? I'll tell you what's the matter, dear Barnet. Jura replied in a sing-song-like voice. What's the matter is that I just found out that I love a heartless and vindictive person, that's what. Slade was a man, but he was more than that. In case you've forgotten, he did a lot for this ship. Even I could see that, but apparently, you didn't or you didn't want to admit all the good he had done. What are you talking about? What I'm talking about is the way you're treating his very memory. At the very least, you could give that memory some dignity. Slade deserved that much. Why should I? Barnet shot back as her own anger had begun to rise. He was nothing but trouble, ever since he came aboard this ship. He ate too much, he became too bossy and no one stood up to him except me. And thanks to him, we are all going to die. Why would I want to remember someone like that? Jura became silent, deadly silent, which caused Barnet's anger to drop. The dread pilot always got nervous when her best friend was like this. Finally, Jura spoke in a tone that was devoid of emotion. And people think that I'm shallow. What you just shown right now has put everything that I ever did to shame. And that's what I feel about you, Barnet. Absolute shame. Slade was a man, yes, but he was also a human being. He did what he could to help us, right up to the end. You can't blame him for what happened. I spoke to Piley after he died and she told me the whole story. He and I were telling the truth. And I also realized that you used that opportunity, so you could turn everyone against him. What are you saying? I'm saying that you, Barnet, were jealous of him. Me? Jealous of a man? That's ridiculous. Is it? I don't think so. I'd say that I'm dead right. Every time you challenged him, he met every test and exceeded it. He showed that he could sing, play music, that he could cook and so on. And you know what? Not once did he ever gloat. And I think that was what irritated you the most. That's right, Barnet. He never gloated. You were always expecting him to rub it in every time he beat you. But he never did. And do you know why? It's because he respected you as a human being. I don't believe this. Whether you believe me or not doesn't change that fact. Now the reason why I'm so ashamed of you right now is because a shallow person such as myself saw all of that, but a smart person like you didn't. What's even more shameful is that even after I've explained it all to you, you still won't accept the truth. That's absurd. Jura sadly shook her head at her best friend's continual state of denial. Finally, after taking another long, hard look at her, she then responded with finality. I was once like you, Barnet. I once hated all men, but Slade showed me that he wasn't at all like I believed men to be. He was the one man that I was proud to fight alongside with. And if you can't even accept the fact of how much he did for us, then there's no point in continuing this conversation. Now get out. Until you think about what you did to him, and make your own peace with him, then I don't want anything more to do with you. Now get out. After shutting Barnet out of her chambers, Jura locked the door and finally let all of her emotions loose. Tears flowed down her cheeks in rivers and collected in a small puddle on the floor. She had loved Barna dearly, and pushing her away had torn at her very soul. However, she could not stand to be with her after what she had done to Slade. She felt her heart being torn in different directions, and she couldn't make sense of all of it. On one side was her long-standing devotion to Barnet. On the other side was her newfound admiration, respect, and perhaps something more for Slade. A man. Her thoughts wandered back to the kiss they had shared on Anpaphos. Just what were those feelings she had experienced when their lips had touched? It had been similar to what she felt when she kissed Barnet, and yet it was so very different. I can't believe that she slapped me, then threw me out. More than half the crew won't speak to me. It's all Slade's fault. Barnet sobbed as she sat in the registrar's office with Gascoigne. The head supplier gave the dread pilot a bit of glare before sipping her tea. She then spoke in a quiet voice. Actually, I don't blame Jura. Barnet's head snapped up. The muscular woman nodded. If she hadn't slapped you, then I would have, after what happened to Slade. Here you are, blaming D-Boy for something that you brought upon yourself, and he hasn't been dead for more than 3 hours. That's low, Barnet, and cold. The dread pilot couldn't believe that she was hearing this. Are you against me too? Are you taking the men's side? Gascoigne shrugged. The side I'm taking is the side that I believe in, regardless of what gender it happens to be. Listen up, Barnet. D-Boy had never volunteered to be part of our crew, but he became one of us. He didn't have to go out and fight the enemy, but he did anyway. He didn't have to work in the register, but he did. After that encounter with that space urchin, he didn't have to keep on working here, but he did. He didn't want to be leader of the vanguards, but he took command anyway. He didn't have to cook us Christmas dinner, but he did. And do you know why he did all that? With power he had, he could have abandoned us at any time, but he didn't. I'll tell you why. It's because he believed in us. He believed in us. That's right. It's as simple as that. He believed in all of us, men and women, and he saw that it could work. And when you started that mutiny, he began to lose faith in us. He had faith in us. That's right. Gascoigne nodded. The captain had the same thoughts as I did. Slade had stopped believing in the idea that men and women could work together. That is, until Shanpu and the others brought him back. And during that last battle, he began believing in us again. Right up to the end. Now tell me, do you honestly think that after all that, Slade is still to blame? Barnet became silent as she took in Gascoigne's words. After what seemed like an eternity, she slowly stood up with her head bowed down. She then turned and left the office without a word. The head supplier nodded as she watched the dread pilot depart. As an expert card player, she had a lot of experience with reading facial expressions and body movements. She knew that certain people often put up fronts to hide their insecurities and doubts. Fronts such as "media is cold," calculating visage, Jura's vanity and hunger for fame, Ida's over-enthusiasm, and of course Barnet's outward toughness and hatred toward men. However, Slade had pierced those fronts and had caused a new kind of feeling within each of them. He had lent them his confidence and strength of will, and in turn, drew strength from them. Now that bond had been severed and the females were in a state of disarray without that seemingly symbiotic link that had made them stronger than they had ever been before. Once again, Gascoigne wondered how one person could instill such strength in so many. Barnet truly did not want to do this. However, the head supplier and Jura had been right on the mark. In order for her soul to move forward, she would have to deal with her past crimes. And so, she entered the chamber where Slade's body had been placed to await interment. Among the pirates, death was not uncommon, and those who had died during their voyages were usually given a burial in space, if they had not previously made arrangements to be buried on Megele. Slade was no exception, and his corpse was currently lying on a table with a sheet over it. After today, it would be placed in a capsule-like coffin and launched into the void, to be returned to the cosmic space dust that all things came from. She walked up to the body and stood in silence for a long time, gazing at the deceased Tekkaman. Off to one side were the broken pieces of his crystal, which would also be placed in his coffin along with his body. After a few minutes, she finally began making her peace with him. Slade, I don't know if you can hear me, but wherever you are now, I want you to know that I'm so sorry. Barnet was surprised to feel a tear beginning to trickle down her cheek, but paid it no mind. She was so intent on making her peace that she didn't notice that the fragments of the Tekke crystal had begun to glow. In the engineering section, another strange occurrence was taking place. Deep within the Pixies-infused circuits of the damaged Tekkapod, certain mechanisms began to activate. Pega's eyes started to flicker with light. Somewhere else, outside of the universe, Slade didn't know where he was, but it was so warm, yet dark. He felt no pain, and it seemed that something was calling to him. He found himself being drawn to whatever was beckoning to him as he saw an even brighter light. The light was a brilliant green light and seemed familiar. With careful, measured steps, he began heading toward that light. End of Part 2 Chapter 17 Chapter 13, Part 3. The Chosen Path. Tekkadread. Disclaimer: Vandread, Tekkaman, Blade and Ranma 1/2 belong to their respective creators, and no money is being made off this story using their characters' thoughts. Telepathic Communications. Chapter 13 Part 3. The Chosen Path. Where am I? The last thing I remember was being in the sick bay. Then all of a sudden, I'm here. Wherever here Island. Slade looked about as he was floating in an endless void of darkness. At first, he thought he was back in space again, but there were no stars, planets or any other heavenly bodies, and he was in his own clothes, instead of his armor. Another thing he noticed was that the void wasn't cold. He then took a look at himself and saw that all the terrible wounds he had suffered from his battle with Saber were gone. His body was feeling no pain at all. In actuality, he wasn't feeling anything, period. He caressed his face and arms and didn't feel a single thing. There was absolutely no sensation of touch whatsoever. Another oddity was that he wasn't breathing. He raised his hand to his mouth and could feel no breath. He placed his right index and middle fingers against his throat, then on his left wrist but couldn't detect a pulse. If he didn't have a heartbeat nor was he breathing, then why was he still alive? Or was he alive? His thoughts went back to his most recent memories, which were about his confrontation with the Tekkaman saber. He had to admit that his opponent had totally overwhelmed him, and that he had been in no shape to take on such an adversary. Just where had he come from? His powers and abilities had mimicked his own. Slade winced as he remembered Saber's lance skewering him. If that was the case, then why didn't he have gaping holes in his chest and back? Then there was that strange weapon of his. What did he call it again? Flashback. Slade. Doltek. Saber. Anti-Doltek. End of flashback. Those weird red beams had made a mockery of Slade's most powerful weapon and had shredded his armor like tinfoil. Then his recollections became blurry as he vaguely saw himself at a shamed Gascogni's ship, then later lying on a gurney in the Nears on his sick day. Then he heard Dinah scream out before he was enveloped into nothingness. So is that it? Am I dead? Is this the afterlife? Slade thought as he scanned his surroundings. Not much of an afterlife. For a time, he simply floated in one place, not knowing what to do. Then, he caught a flicker of light out of the corner of his left eye. He turned toward it and saw a pinprick of luminescence in the distance. Slade wondered what it was and decided to investigate. After all, he didn't have anything else to do. He took one tentative step toward it and saw that the bright light seemed slightly closer. He looked down and saw that his feet were touching nothing. So how could he move by walking without any surface? I guess when you're dead, then reality doesn't mean squat. Oh well. Giving a nonchalant shrug with his shoulders, he started making his way toward that light. For a long period of time, Slade thought of nothing but reaching his goal. For some unknown reason, he could sense that it was calling to him. However, just as he neared the circle of radiance, he stopped and thought for a moment. Weren't you supposed to stay away from the light at the end of the tunnel? He shrugged again and decided that it didn't matter, considering the mortal wounds he had sustained. There was probably no way that Guero could have saved him, if he hadn't already declared him clinically deceased, and as a matter of fact, he had a few hours ago. Slade took one final moment of consideration and then stepped into the light. In the plane of the living. Damn. I'm not good at this kind of thing. Barnet sighed as she continued to make her peace in front of Slade's body. After saying the words, "I'm sorry Toot," a phrase in which she rarely used, the dread pilot found herself at a loss of what else to say. What more could she say to a person in which she had treated badly since the day he came aboard the Nirvana? Jura won't speak to me until I speak to you. I think it's crazy that I'm pouring out my soul to a dead person, but I guess it's the thought that counts, right? What am I doing somewhere else? The Tekkaman in question thought it odd that he was suddenly thinking of Barnet, but he simply pushed that random thought aside and looked about. The place was familiar enough. It was the Pixies. He had been there several times in his dreams and once before his last battle with Saber. It was an unending sea of green-white light that moved like the surface of an ocean. There was a quiet, soothing hum and there was not another soul as far as he could see. For a long time, Slade made no sound as he simply basked in the peaceful and non-stressful environment. Well, if this is what it's going to be like for the rest of eternity, then I suppose I should get used to it. I wonder if there's anyone else here. As if answering Slade's unspoken question, a low-pitched voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Who are you? Slade's head jerked up as he looked about for the source of the voice. Huh? Who's there? The voice replied. I am here. Where? I am here. The voice repeated. Slade looked about again, but could see no one else. He then began thinking that he might have just imagined the voice, then shook his head. He had definitely heard someone. He called out, "Listen, I can't see where you are. If you can, give me some kind of signal so I can find you." "I am here," the voice stressed. "Here? Where? I don't understand." "You are here. I am here. We are here." The martial artist tried to make sense of the voice's cryptic message, but still could not understand. "Listen, I need you to be more specific. What do you mean you are here? You are in my..." Slade's face took on a new look of puzzlement. "Huh? You're saying I'm in you? You are here. I am here. You are in my..." "Okay. So what you're saying is, you're this place, right? I am here. All right. At least we got that cleared up." Slade took in the information, then asked, "So what's your name? What do I call this place? I mean, what do I call you? I am here." "Ooh. Okay, scratch that question. So, are you the one that called me here? Did you want to ask me something?" The voice went back to its original question. "Who are you? Who am I?" "Oh, well, Vasco called me D-Boy, and Dinah called me Mr. Alien, but I go by the name of Slade. Who are you?" "Huh? I just told you. My name is Slade." "Slade is not Slade. Who are you?" "What do you mean I'm not me?" "Of course I'm Slade. I've been Slade as far back as I can remember." The Tekkaman had begun to get a bit irritated at the voice. "You are Slade, but Slade is not Slade. Will you cut that out and give me a straight answer?" The voice paused for a moment, then replied, "Slade is not you, but you are Slade." The Tekkaman considered the voice's response, then asked slowly, "So, what you are saying is that my real name isn't Slade, correct?" Finally, a straight answer. Okay, I'll give you that. I really don't know much about my past and I've been using the name Slade, since it's the only name I can remember. So, do you know who I am? If you do, then I'd like to know. In an instant, the entire expanse of green-white light became flooded with images. However, they came at such speed and magnitude that Slade wasn't able to keep up with all of them. He managed to catch glimpses of several scenes that appeared to be familiar as they rushed by him, but overall, it was just one big jumble. Then finally, the series of images came to a halt on one particular scene. Slade became very interested as he gazed upon a picture of a gentle-looking young woman holding an infant. He recognized the woman from his own dreams, only this time, her image was clear and now he could see the child in her arms. The baby looked like a boy with raven hair, with blue-gray eyes and... Hold on a minute. Slade took a closer look at the youngster and time seemed to stop as he made a startling discovery. That's me. It's really me. That's how I was when I was young. If that's the case, then this woman was At that moment, the image winked out, leaving Slade alone again in the expanse of green-white nothingness. Hold on a minute. Was she really who I think she was? I need to know more about my past. The voice then said, past can wait, present cannot, future in line. Damn. We're back to that nonsense again. The Nirvana. Ida was still sniffling a bit when she finally decided that crying over Mr. Alien wasn't going to do any good. He wasn't coming back. She decided that she needed to get out of her room and go for a walk. As she went through the door, she noticed right off that the attitude of the crew was different. Several of the residential areas were closed off and the hallways were emptier. Usually, Ida would pass by 2 or 3 crew members every minute or so, but now, she would only pass by one girl every 10 minutes or longer. Those that she did meet were in a despairing mood. At first, she didn't think much of it, but as she continued on, the atmosphere became ever more dreary. That other place. Now wait a second. Why won't you show me any more? Past can wait, we'll always be there. Present cannot wait and future is always arriving. Slade became even more irritated at the voice of the pixies. What do you mean that the past can wait? I want to know my past now. Past not important if present and future ignored. What are you talking about? All I got is my past. I don't have a present or future. I'm dead. Slade who is not Slade still has present and future. Must take present and head toward future to learn past. This caught the Tekkaman's attention. Huh? What are you saying? Are you saying that I'm not dead yet? Slade who is not Slade only gone because he thinks he is gone. Here knows this. Here and Slade both know this. At that moment, a line symbol of Slade's Tekka crystal appeared on his forehead. At the same time, the entire area began glowing brighter. The former Shodan then started feeling for the first time since he entered this place. He started to make the connection as he thought back to that time during the Pixie's reactor implosion. Wait a minute. Are you saying that you are somehow connected to me from when those torpedoes hit? I remember feeling strange after the Nirvana was formed. The Tekkaman power system felt a bit off when I got my crystal back. Slade, who is not Slade, must return to present and future to learn past. Dinah entered the bridge, but saw that everyone, including Magno and BC, were in a state of despair. They didn't appear to care about anything. The life seemed to have been sucked out of all of them, and they were like soulless automatons. They didn't even register Dinah's presence as each person simply gazed at her monitor. The red-haired pilot felt as if she was alone on the ship, and she didn't like that feeling at all. Finally, she decided to do something about this. "Doctor, please help me." Guero and Pilot turned to see Dinah at the door to the sick bay. "What is it, Dinah? What's wrong?" the physician asked. "I need some medicine. Something to make all the others feel good again. Something to make the sadness go away." The healer gave the girl a sad smile and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Dinah, but I'm afraid there's no medicine for that. But what can I do to make everyone feel better?" "There isn't anything that we can do," Piley replied bitterly. "It's all over. In 3 days, we're all going to die. What's the point of getting our hopes up? There's nothing left to hope for. Face it, Dinah. We're doomed." Dinah became shocked to hear this from her childhood friend. Then she ran off with new tears in her eyes. The other place. "So what you're saying is that in order to learn about my past, I have to live in the present and fight for my future? That's kind of hard to do when I'm dead, don't you think?" Slade, who is not Slade, had already begun his journey. He has only strayed off his chosen path. Now he only needs to be guided back. How the heck am I supposed to get back on track from being dead? Who's going to guide me back? Can everyone hear me? All over the ship, the crew stopped wallowing in their own sorrows as Dinah's voice was heard on the ship's intercom. "I know that lots of people think I'm stupid. I know that lots of people don't like my enthusiasm. But all I can be is enthusiastic, because no one else will. I've always been happy with everyone aboard this ship, and I can't stand to see everybody like this." In her room, Dinah sobbed a bit, then gathered up her courage to continue on. "I know that everybody is sad that Mr. Alien is gone. I was the saddest when he died. Then I remembered how happy we all were when he was with us. I also remembered how much he cared for every one of us. Some of us may not agree, but he was always there for us. Even after we drove him away, he still cared for us. Now, we're all so sad and stopped thinking about the future. I don't think that Mr. Alien would want us to do that. He always thought about tomorrow and never gave up. He never gave up." Slowly, a new strength began to fill in the hearts of those who had thought that the future could not be changed. That's why I'm not going to give up. Mr. Alien never gave up, so I'm not going to give up. If we all keep trying, then we can win. Mr. Alien taught us all to work together. He taught us all to care. Even though he's gone, that doesn't mean that we should give up. That doesn't mean that we should stop caring. That doesn't mean that we should stop living. Shantu nodded as she felt some new confidence in herself and her teammates. Ida is right. The commander never gave up, even when things looked bad. She decided to go to those who had given up and kick them out of their drunken stupor. They were going to fight like true warriors. It was time to get busy. Mr. Alien is with us, in all of our hearts. He always has been and he always will be. Yukio stood up and began shaking off her depression. What am I doing? Just moping around? My ancestor wouldn't have just sat around and waited to die. There's work to be done. Her fingers started playing across her console as she began rearming the dreads and vanguards. Even if the odds were against them, she was going to make certain those harvester bastards were going to pay dearly for messing with Magno's pirates. It was time to get busy. Even if it seems hopeless, even if there's nothing left for us to do, we should live out our lives the way we want. Mr. Alien showed us that life is everyone's right. Men or women, to him it didn't matter. We all deserved to live. Mia smiled a bit as she tapped her communicator console, and signaled for the other dread pilots to assemble, and start planning battle tactics. It was time to get busy. We should fight not only for ourselves, but also for Mr. Alien, and our future. One Perfect smiled as she turned toward her staff and began directing them in the engineering section. As some of the crew worked on the Pixie's reactor, the head engineer told others to begin restoring Pegasus. Even though the Tekkaman was gone, she was going to finish what she had started. It was time to get busy. In the sick bay, Puero motioned for his nurse to begin prepping all the instruments and medical scanners. It seemed that they would soon become very busy. On the bridge, Magno smiled as she saw her bridge operators begin to show life again. Once more, the command center became active as the entire ship started to stir back to life. It seemed that Slade's influence was still with them, even if he was not. Things were going to get busy. Ida sniffled as she finished speaking and shut off the communicator. There was nothing more that she could say, though she was unaware of the effect her words had on the crew. As she stood up, she decided to see Slade's body one last time. Unknown to her, a small dot of blue light appeared on her forehead and took the shape of Slade's Tekka crystal. It quickly flickered out as she emerged from her quarters. She was surprised to see the hallway no bustling with activity and wondered just what was going on. She then made a beeline to where Slade's body was. Mia didn't know why, but she suddenly felt the urge to go see Slade's body, before joining up with the other dread pilots in the briefing room. She supposed that it was just to say her final farewells. On her forehead, a white dot of light appeared and took the shape of Slade's Tekka crystal before fading away as she left her own quarters. Jura had decided to see if Barnett had gone to make her peace with Slade, before heading to the briefing room. On her own forehead, the same symbol as Mia and Dinah's, appeared in red for a moment. The blonde pilot straightened herself up, wiped away the tears and exited her room. In the morgue of the Nirvana, Barnett had been silent ever since Dinah had made her speech. She then looked down at Slade's body and shook her head while smiling. You hear that, Slade? Even now, she still calls you Mr. Alien. Go figure. The other place. Slade was about to ask the Pixie's presence another question when 3 new dots of light appeared in the distance. He wondered just what was going on and then noticed that each dot seemed to be moving toward each other. One dot was blue, the second was white and the third was red. They seemed to be converging on a single point some distance in front of him. Island. Is what that pixies meant? Are these lights my guides back? Since Slade didn't have anything to lose, he decided to go for it. He began running toward the point in which the 3 dots of light would intersect each other. Just as he was about to reach his destination, the 3 dots of lights came together and expanded into a man-sized, emerald shape that resembled his Tekke crystal. Making one final leap of faith, he dove into it and everything became dark. Do you know how much I hate Dinah's enthusiasm? It always irritated me at how she could be so cheerful. Barnett remarked. How could anyone be smiling all the time? She let off a long sigh. I always thought of her as nothing but a ditz. But, after hearing her now, I can't help but feel proud of her. And I think it was because of you, Slade. You believed in her, even when others, like me, thought differently. You believed in everyone, didn't you? And I went and threw it all in your face. I guess I did deserve to be slapped. No wonder Jura won't speak to me now. I wouldn't want to have anything to do with someone like me, too. But I'm going to try to make it up to her, and to you. You deserve that much, Slade. And wherever you are now, I hope that you'll forgive me. Just as she finished speaking and was about to leave the morgue, Slade's body suddenly began emitting an aura of emerald green. At the same time, Jura, Mia and Dinah arrived on the scene and were awed at the sight. Slade's body rose from the table and floated straight up in midair. His arms were held out at an angle from his sides, mimicking the shape of the Tekke crystal. The pieces of the object in question also rose from the table and fused back together. The crystal hovered just above Slade's head. Then a voice was heard echoing throughout the ship. Tekkadread. Slade's eyes snapped open as his body was engulfed in a brilliant corona of light. This caused Barnett to be knocked off her feet and she landed hard on her posterior. Mia, Jura and Dinah got their first close-up look at Slade's transformation. The clothes he was wearing disintegrated as lines of crimson appeared on his forehead and traveled down his muscular form. Sections of Radam armor appeared and began fusing to flesh and bone. His entire form became encased in metal as the Tekke crystal was absorbed. Then the light dispersed, leaving only a 7-foot-tall space warrior standing before the Tekkadread pilots. In the engineering section, Perfect was knocked off her feet as Pegasus was suddenly engulfed in a flash of light. Its battered and broken form straightened out, as its surfaces became smooth. Its missing arm suddenly regenerated itself, as the Tekkapod became whole again. Then, a few moments later, the light faded away, leaving a completely repaired Pegasus. I didn't know you had installed a nanofiber self-repair system. Perfect. One of the engineers said. The bespectacled girl shook her head. I didn't. The engineers that were near the Pixie's chamber were also taken by surprise as the power source suddenly flashed. It was as if new life had been infused into it. The Pixie's drama hummed with power as systems that were formerly dead came alive, heralding the return of an old friend. Barnett and the others were still speechless as Slade stood before them. Then, the Tekkaman triggered the process to return to his human form. His armor faded away and he stood fully clothed before Jura's friend. He knelt down in front of her, smiled, then leaned forward to kiss her lightly on the forehead. He backed off and said, "Apology accepted." This proved to be too much for Barnett. Fond. Slade looked down at the pilot after she had just fainted and then glanced up at the three girls standing at the entrance to the morgue. "Was it something I said?" The entire ship shivered at the sound of one voice. Mr. GLOMP. Slade was bowled over as three females suddenly tackled him to the floor. On the enemy flagship, Saber felt a strange sensation wash over him from within the regeneration tank. Something had just happened and the Scarlet Tekkaman knew that something big was going to happen. The great battle was on the horizon. A little while later, the joyous atmosphere on the Nirvana rose to new heights as news of Slade's resurrection spread like wildfire. Dinah refused to let go of her Mr. Alien and Slade was in danger of losing all circulation in his right arm. Presently, he was crowded on all sides by members of the Warrior Squadron, the Register and the Dread teams. He stood before Magno and BC on the bridge. The old woman was close to shedding tears as she gazed upon the newly restored Tekkaman. Though there were a myriad of questions that she wanted to ask him, all she could say was, "It's good to have you back, D-boy." The Tekkaman nodded. "It's good to be back," and he turned to the girl who had his right arm in a vice grip. "Would you mind letting go? I do need that arm." Dinah shook her head as she gripped even tighter. Around them, several girls began glaring at her. Mia and Jura found themselves envious that Dinah was so close to him. The Dread leader had already been embarrassed when she had impulsively glomped onto Slade, but she couldn't help herself. Seeing him return to life had given her heart wings, and she felt more alive being with him than she had ever been. Even though she had steadfastly denied it afterwards. Slade sighed as he used his free arm to firmly, but gently pry Dinah off him. "You can't pilot your Dread like this, and I'm going to need you and everyone else working together, if we're going to get out of this mess." This announcement perked everyone's attention. The fact that Slade was back had given their morale a much-needed boost. Now he had a solution to their current predicament. They became all ears. "You've thought of a way to defeat the enemy?" PC asked. "I've got an idea," Slade replied. "Mia and the others brought me up to date on the situation since I was gone." "So what is it?" the aged captain inquired. "I haven't worked out all the details yet, but let's just say that this plan is going to be a blast." An hour later in the briefing room. "That's totally insane." One of the Dread pilot's comments as Slade outlined the main points of his plan on a holographic display. The Tekkaman shrugged as he gestured to Puro. "According to the data, we're inside a gas giant with an unstable core. With enough energy output, we could cause a chain reaction and transform this planet into a small star. I'm pretty certain that the harvesters won't be able to withstand the solar flares that will erupt from the star's creation. We can't beat them head-on, since they outnumber us by at least 10 to 1. In this way, we can take out nearly all of them and that flagship in one fell swoop. And what about us? Won't we get caught in those flares too?" a pilot from the Warrior Squadron asked. "Timing is everything if this plan is to work," Slade replied. "Just before the core chain reacts, we have to withdraw our forces out as quickly as possible. Therefore, we're going to only use a select number of dreads to ignite the core." Mia nodded as she continued with the briefing. "We're going to need at least 20 seconds to achieve our escape after the chain reaction begins. Since my Tekkadread is the fastest, it's going to be part of the team to ignite the core, along with Nida and Barnet's fighters. What about the Harvester fleet and that battleship? They're not going to sit around while we do this?" Jusenkyo asked. "That's where you and Warrior Squadron come in," Slade explained. "Along with Jura, we're going to run some interference and keep them busy. It's going to be very close quarters. The Vandreads and Tekkadread Jura are more suited for that kind of battle. Once that core ignites, get back to the Nirvana or get some distance ASAP until we're able to pick you up." "Understood." Jusenkyo and the other members under Slade's command saluted him, then headed off to prepare. At that point, Mia turned to Slade and said, "There's just 2 details that you haven't addressed yet. We still have 2 of those fake Tekkadreads to deal with, and Saber." "Yeah, I know. The way I see it, once we take out Saber, then the enemy fleet will lose their biggest advantage. This isn't just to set a personal score, is it?" Mia asked. Slade smiled a bit. "Well, I guess it is partially personal, but Saber is a big threat all by himself. We take him down and we should be able to deal with those remaining 2 Tekkadread clones. The rest will just fall into place after that. I hope." He addressed Perfect. "Before I left the Nirvana, you mentioned that you had been working on some modifications on Pegasus, right?" The head engineer nodded. "Yep. And now that Pegasus has been restored, I can finish what I started. Believe me, when I'm through, the next time you and Saber go head to head, it'll be no contest." So how long will it take? About a day or so, I think. We'll work all through the night if we have to. Alright then. We're going to need all the firepower we can muster. We've got less than 2 days to get ready. As the ship bustled with activity, Slade decided to keep himself occupied by helping out in the register for a while. After changing into his tuxedo, he made his way into the supply station, where Tekkadread and her staff warmly greeted him. "Hello, boys. Hey there, Vasco. How many times do I have to tell you? It's Tekkadread. And remember, I'm not boys, I'm Slade." The two stared each other down in mock anger, then both broke into peals of laughter. The head supplier patted him on the shoulder and led him to his station, which was beside Yukio's. "Shouldn't you be training to get ready for the battle?" The descendant of the original Luke asked as Slade began working the console. The Tekkaman shrugged as he replied, "I've already got some sessions lined up with the Warrior Squadron, but they can wait until all the Vanguards are fully modified for the operation. Say, why don't you join us?" "Huh? Who, me?" Yukio was a bit surprised at being asked. "Yeah. From what Shanpu told me, you study some martial arts yourself. I could also tell by the way you moved." "Well, yes, I do know some stuff," the brown-haired girl admitted. "My family has its own fighting style, based on cooking our specialty okonomiyaki." "I see. I look forward to seeing it. So you'll come to the sessions?" The register girl paused for a minute, then nodded. "Sure, why not? It'll give me a chance to get some practice and work off some stress." "Great." Slade then snapped his fingers. "Hey, here's a thought. Why don't you become a Vanguard pilot? The squadron can use some extra members, and having some experience in the martial arts is always a plus." "Well, I don't know. I mean, I do a lot of work here already." Yukio the 17th was also a bit nervous at the thought of working more closely with him in battle, as well as in the supply depot. "So do some of the other pilots," Slade said. "A few of them came from the register as well as the Dread teams. Look, I'm not trying to pressure you into anything. If you don't want to join the Warrior Squadron, then that's alright. It's strictly on a volunteer basis." The girl nodded. "After this is over, I'll think about it." She then went back to working her station. A while later, Slade finished off his assignments and logged off. He nodded to Yukio as he prepared to leave. "Think you can make it to the gym after your shift?" "We'll probably keep on training until 2300 hours. "I think so." "Good. I'll see you then." Slade got up and headed toward the exit. At that moment, Tekkadread called out to him. "Boys, I hope you didn't forget our bet." Slade stopped for a moment to think. Then he snapped his fingers and nodded while calling back to her. "I haven't forgotten. After we kicked the harvesters' butts." "What bet was that?" Yukio asked. The Tekkaman shrugged. "Vasco and me had a bet on a poker game a few days before I died. I lost that bet and I got to cook dinner for the register staff. Really? Yukio then remembered something else she had wanted to know. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you something. What is it? Where did you learn to cook okonomiyaki? I thought no one outside of my family knew how. You actually duplicated the Kwanji secret recipe last Christmas. Slade shrugged again. It's just something I picked up and experimented with during my travels. See you later, Uken. See you then, Yukio said as he exited the register. Then she realized what he had called her. Hey, wait a minute. How did you know my nickname? However, Slade was already gone. Why did I just call here that? Slade wondered as he walked down the hallway. He said he had said it without thinking. However, it had just sounded right to call her Uken. He remembered back to when the doctor had said that Slade had mentioned that name several times in his sleep. Slade then thought back to those images that the pixies had shown to him. Though most of them had been blurs, he did remember a few scenes. One of them was an image of his younger self with another that looked like a child version of Yukio. He had not understood how that could be. He was pretty certain that he and Yukio had never met, until after he had come aboard the Nirvana. On the enemy mothership, Saber finally emerged from the regeneration tank in a pool of gooey fluids. The Tekkaman's armor had been totally repaired, including the severe injury to his head. In a flash of crimson light, he reverted back to his human form. The armor faded away to reveal a slender, but muscular youth that appeared to be around his late teens to his early 20s. His skin was pale and his eyes had reddish pupils that had an evil glint to them. His hair was a lighter shade than Slade's raven locks, and in his right hand was a ruby-colored Tekke crystal. Unlike Slade's, Saber's key to his transformation had folding outer arms. His body was beyond top physical condition, but that was only because of the harvested organs his creators had given to him and the further enhancements due to the Tekkaman power process. His insides were not his own, and more than a dozen innocent humans, some of which were children, had been slaughtered to provide the means to create the Tekkaman. Before his body had been recreated, he had been one of the lower classes of wretches that inhabited the few remaining cities that remained on Earth. When he had been offered the chance at receiving prime organs, he immediately volunteered for the experiment. In addition, he would receive great power and be elevated to a position of importance, as the servant of the harvesters. The leaders had thought they had found the perfect weapon, powerful, merciless, and obedient. However, unknown to the masters of the harvesters, Saber had his own ambitions. During the process, which had transformed him into the brutal killing machine that he was now, Saber had secretly looked into the master database and learned of the biotechnology that he was being subjected to, including its history. The science had belonged to a race known as the Radam, and it had eventually been taken by another alien race. The Radam had been made extinct and the conquerors later attacked the Earth during the Great Migration. While humankind had begun colonizing other worlds, including Tarak and Megele. Those that had remained on Earth managed to get a hold of Radam technology and adapt it for their use against the invaders. That evolved Radam technology would later be known as pixies. Only 2 prototypes were available at that time. The Earth defenders used one, while the other was taken aboard a colony ship known as the Ikazuchi. Eventually, the Earth would be triumphant in defeating their adversaries, but at great cost. The victory ended in total genetic saturation of the citizens, and in the end, the defenders became like the invaders. Now, survival and self-preservation became their only goal, and to do so, they would take the organs of those who had managed to survive in the rigors of space. With their pixies creating the harvesting fleet, there seemed to be nothing that could prevent them from succeeding. Then the Tekkaman Slade appeared. Now the harvesters found themselves facing a most formidable obstacle. In turn, they would need a weapon of even greater power. Thus the Tekkaman Saber was born. However, Saber had no intention of remaining as the lackey of the harvesters. The Radam thirst for conquest was ingrained into his subconscious mind as soon as he had emerged from the Earth version of a Tekkapod. He had the power, so why should he use it in service of those lower than he? If it weren't for the obedience chip that they had implanted in his cerebral cortex, he would have annihilated the Earth leaders. For now, Saber would bide his time, until his window of opportunity would arrive. At present, he was charged with the final defeat of the Nirvana and the harvest of its crew. The pirate vessel still had not emerged from the gas giant, but it was only a matter of time. As he waited for the females to make their next move, his thoughts went back to his battle with the Tekkaman Slade. He snorted at how relatively easy it had been to destroy him. True, Slade had dealt him a serious injury, but the Crimson Tekkaman had obliterated his only rival with his anti-voltiker. There was no way that he could have survived. In a way, Saber had been sorry to see him destroyed. With him gone, there were no other challenges. Collecting the organs from the other human worlds would be child's play to him. He and Slade had been two of a kind. They had been the only known Tekkaman in the entire universe, the last remaining legacies of the Radam Empire. In some twisted, bizarre way, it was as if Saber had met a long-lost brother. However, there could only be one true Tekkaman, and only the strongest would survive. That was the law of nature, and Saber intended to keep this title. The Red Tekkaman put those thoughts away for another time as he continued to keep vigil for his prey, the Nirvana. The Nirvana's Gym. WHOMP. The Vandread pilot groaned as her teammates helped her to her feet, after her commander had tossed her. Slade had wasted no time in starting up their training regimens again. They would need to be alert, with minds focused and their reflexes sharp, in what would be their most intense battle to date. He had gone especially hard on those who had gotten themselves drunk, during their bouts of despair after his supposed death. It wasn't that he was punishing them, since he couldn't really blame them. He just wanted them to work off the booze in their blood. A good training session to raise their metabolisms and focus their ki would help burn out the alcohol in their systems. He wanted every one of them completely sober as soon as possible. That meant that they would have to sweat out every last drop of sake, wine and beer that they had guzzled. Shantu nodded as she watched the squadron start shaping up. Her superior had begun with relatively simple calisthenics, then gradually upped the ante. It wasn't long before each girl was well on her way to regaining her edge. Toward the middle of the sessions, Slade was moving them near to black belt levels. She then noticed a newcomer entering the gym. Slade stopped in his training to glance at the person who was standing at the doorway. "Glad to see that you made it, Yukio. Come on in." The heir to the Kwanji school of Okonomiyaki combat nodded as she stepped forward. She was dressed in the traditional wear of her ancestor, which was dark leggings and a low-cut chef/GI combination outfit. Slung over one shoulder was her family's heirloom, which was a huge battle spatula. She also wore a bandolier of smaller throwing spatulas. She was the spitting image of Yukio the First. As Slade took in her appearance, he couldn't help but feel how familiar she looked. Though for the life of him, he couldn't figure out why. He began getting images of her as a child, like the one he had seen in those images that the pixies had shown him. Putting those thoughts aside, he gestured for Yukio to face off with him. "Okay, Yukio, let's see what you've got." Later, Slade laid on his bed wide awake as the rest of the crew slept. It had been quite a day and tomorrow might well be his last. Then again, having already died once, he wasn't as apprehensive as he should be about facing off against the one who had killed him. At first, he had thought that he had been in a coma, but Guero assured him that he had been definitely deceased, albeit temporarily. So now what? He actually traveled to the great beyond and back. He had been given a second lease on life, and the question was what he was going to do with it. He wasn't even sure how he had managed to come back. His thoughts drifted back to the time the pixies had spoken to him and remembered its words. Flashback. Pixies. Slade who is not Slade has already begun his journey. End of flashback. My journey, eh? Who would thought that stowing away on the Ikazuchi would end up in a journey that included harvesters, a ship full of women, a mutiny, then dying and coming back? I wasn't even expecting to stay so long in one place. Slade turned to one side and continued to contemplate. Now I wonder what I'm going to do after all of this is over. I suppose I'll just move on as always. The question is, do I want to? The thought of eventually leaving the crew of the Nirvana wasn't as appealing as it had been several months ago. There were also those questions and mysteries about his past. He knew that it all had something to do with the Tekkaman power system and the Pixies' Brahma. It seemed that the best way to unravel his own history was to remain on the ship and follow this path to its conclusion. After that, well, he'd think of something. He mentally nodded to himself that this would be his chosen path as he went to sleep. He would need all of his rest for the approaching conflict. The day of battle. After 2 days of intense preparation, the crew of the Nearzana was as ready as it would ever be. Dread and Vandread pilots began putting their machines through their final checks. The members of the register were at their posts and the engineering sections were set for any and all kinds of situations. In the sick bay, Tuero and Pili were all set to treat any injuries that might be incurred from the operation. On the bridge, there was a tense atmosphere as the countdown had begun. In her command chair, Magno nodded to each of her bridge crew, then to her first officer. Bart was in the navigational well, ready to move the ship at a moment's notice. The sensors had read the gas giant's core reaching the peak of its energy curve, thereby making this time the most ideal for the relatively desperate gambit. The enemy fleet was still holding its position above the planet's ionosphere. Now, the stage is set. Magno thought. The players are in place and the stage ends are ready. It's all up to the Dreads, the Vanguards, and the boys. The hangar. Slade took a deep breath as he sat in the newly modified Pegasus, as it prepared to launch with the other fighters. Parfait had finished with the new weapon system the day before, but she had no chance to test it. In theory, it would give the Slade the edge over Saber and his anti-voltiker. It seemed that it would get a trial by fire. As the countdown was reaching 0, the main monitor of the cockpit lit up and displayed Dinah's face. "Mr. Alien?" The girl was somewhat apprehensive as she spoke. She had been giving Slade some space after he had come back from death, but now felt a great need to speak with him. "What is it? I thought everything was explained." "No, it's not that," the young Dread pilot said. "I just wanted to ask you something else." "What?" "I was wondering." Dinah began twiddling her fingers. "I was just wondering if you could come to my room after this is all over." "Ooh, can't this wait? We're about to." "No. I want you to promise me now," Dinah said more insistently. Slade let off another sigh, then nodded. "Oh, all right, I suppose I could do that." This brought a very bright smile to Dinah's face. "I'll be waiting for you." She then cut communications. Slade shook his head, then remembered something else. He raised Barnett's fighter. "Barnett here," the brunette said, then saw Slade on her monitor. "Oh, what can I do for you, Slade?" "Oh, I just wanted to wish you good luck and to tell you that there aren't any hard feelings," Slade replied. "Thanks. That's really nice of you." Slade then grinned. "Oh, and I expect to see you bright and early tomorrow at 600 hours in the gym. Don't be late or I'll kick you out of bed and drag you there." "Huh?" Barnett became confused as Slade signed off, then her monitor showed Jusenkyo's smirking expression. "Congratulations, Barnett. You've just been selected to receive Slade's special training regimen." "Say what?" At that moment, Magno signaled for the operation to begin. In the Earth flagship's main control center, Saber nodded as the sensors picked up several fighters heading toward his fleet's position. "So, they've finally decided to go out fighting, eh? I suppose that is better than just waiting for them to die." though this still won't be much of a challenge. He watched as several groups of vanguards emerged from the clouds, along with Vandread. He recognized it as the fighter that formed the Red Transformer Tekkadread. He was a bit puzzled that the other two Pixies-powered fighters had not emerged, nor did he see the remaining dreads. Then he caught sight of a new object emerging from the electromagnetic storms. His eyes widened as an emerald green light shot out from within it. No! It can't be. I destroyed him. Tekkadread. Tekkaman Slade landed on Pega's back and sped toward the enemy fleet with the vanguards and Jusenkyo close behind. The Harvester flagship immediately reacted by launching multitudes of cube fighters, seed ships and space urchins. Space soon became lit with lasers, energized projectiles, explosions and missile trails. The warrior squadron split apart and began returning fire, using electron pulse rifles and the new missile pods that Perfect's engineering group had installed. They used their martial arts training and the blade melee weapons at their disposal, whenever the enemy got too close. Jusenkyo provided long-range cover. Slade and Mia's assessment had been correct. With the gas giant behind them and the harvesters in front and on both sides of them, the overall battle area was limited, and the humanoid Megele were more suited for this kind of combat. However, that didn't mean that the dreads didn't play a pivotal role in the plan. Deep within the gas giant, 3 dreads and the Nirvana neared the core of the unstable planet. Taking up positions around the core, Dinah, Barren and Mia began using their energy weapons to add more energy to it. Slowly but surely the center of the planet began to heat up. Slade looked about as he reduced several dozen cube fighters into recyclable scrap. The minor enemies were providing him with a bit of a warm-up before the main event. Slade. The white Tekkaman looked up and saw his red counterpart diving toward him. Leaping off Pegasus, he charged toward his adversary and the rematch began. On the Nirvana's bridge, sensors have confirmed that Tekkaman Slade has begun engaging Tekkaman's saber. Celtic announced. Magno nodded as she watched the energy readouts of the planet's core continue to climb. Look at that. One of the Vanguard pilots said as the battle raged between the two cosmic warriors. Keep your mind focused on the mission. Jusenkyo scolded. We have to draw the enemy closer to the planet, so they'll be destroyed when the solar flares start up. Slade will take care of Saber. I hope that new weapon Perfect made will work. I don't think we could stand to lose him again. I had thought I had destroyed you, Saber said as he and his opponent exchanged several dozen swipes, slashes and parries with their lances. How did you survive? That's my little secret, Slade retorted, though in actuality he was uncertain. No matter. I defeated you before and I shall do so again. The Crimson Tekkaman tried a savage stab to Slade's face, but his foe turned his head to one side, narrowly evading the attack. Think again. Slade retaliated with a spin kick, catching Saber in the side and knocking him back. I wasn't feeling that great when we first met, but now I'm at the top of my game. Saber growled as he noticed that his adversary was indeed faster than he had been before. He let out a snarl and charged him again. He tried a ferocious assault with his lance, starting with a series of staccato stabs, followed by several slashes to the midsection. However, Slade dodged the first part of the attack, then parried the second half, knocking Saber's weapon out of his hands. The red Tekkaman kicked away Slade's lance and the two went at it hand to hand. Dozens of punches and kicks were exchanged in less than an eye blink. Soon the two had their hands locked with each other and their thrusters going at full throttle. Both were straining to the limit of his endurance. "You can't beat me. I know all of your moves," Saber declared. "You don't know squat," Slade replied as he suddenly cut his thrusters and pulled down his arms. The sudden change in momentum, along with his thrusters going at full, caused Saber to shoot unexpectedly over his antagonist. Slade took advantage of this momentary upset to charge him with thrusters at maximum throttle, and land a hard punch to the Crimson Tekkaman's head. This caused Saber to slam into several of his fleet's own cube fighters, destroying them in the process. Slade's counterpart let out an enraged roar as he flew out of the remains of the fighters and charged his opponent again. The Nirvana's bridge. Planet core will reach critical mass in 12 minutes. Ezra proclaimed. "Hurry up, D-boy," Magno said softly. "Is that all you've got?" Slade taunted. "Hardly." Saber gritted as the each Tekkaman retrieved his weapon before going at it again. They made several passes at each other, slashing and thrusting like crazy. Then Saber flew near a cube fighter and stabbed it through its midsection. Swinging it about, he launched the impromptu missile at his foe, hoping to distract him. Slade made a downward swing with his weapon, slicing the fighter in half. At that moment, Saber came in with the point of his lance directed at Slade's heart. However, this time the former Sodom was faster and turned to evade the attack. As a result, the point missed his chest almost entirely and just grazed the left side of his torso. The white Tekkaman winced a bit at the pain, but then swung his left leg about and caught his opponent in the head again. He followed through with a stab, which managed to puncture Saber's left shoulder. The Crimson Warrior let off a howl of pain as he backed off before attacking again. Things were starting to get more intense. "We can't hold them off much longer, Sean," one of the Vandread pilots said as the warrior squadron were being pushed back toward the gas giant. Their rifles were almost depleted of their charges and they had long since exhausted their payloads of missiles. Now the enemy flagship had begun firing at them. Most of the girls under Slade's command were now reduced to hand-to-hand combat. Thankfully, the training they had received from the Nirvana's Tekkaman had let them fight on against the smaller enemies. The Amazon nodded as she raised the Nirvana. "Captain, we're running out of time. How much longer before we can pull back?" The Nirvana's bridge. Estimated time to core chain reaction now at 7 minutes and 53 seconds. Ezra said. Kuzum raised Slade on communications. "Slade, we need your help to buy us some more time. You've got to finish off Saber now. Slade acknowledged the message as he and his adversary continued to fight. As he parried Saber's latest attack, he signaled toward Pegasus. The Tekkapod had been assisting the warrior squadron against the Harvester fighters. Now it broke off from the vanguards and made a beeline toward its master. Slade countered another series of Saber's attacks, then split his lance in half. Now armed with twin short swords, he began using one blade to parry the red Tekkaman's weapon, while delivering a ferocious array of cutting and stabbing motions. 3 gashes appeared on Saber's midsection, just as Pegasus arrived on the scene. Saber roared in outrage as his opponent suddenly broke off his engagement by kicking him in the gut, and then hopping onto the Tekkapod as it sped by. "You coward! Come back and face me." Slade smirked behind his helmet as he gave him a very insulting gesture with a finger. He had to get Saber mad enough, so he'd be committed to one final attack. The Tekkapod made a tight U-turn and ran hard into his foe. This caused the scarlet Tekkaman to go tumbling away. "You'll pay for that," Saber roared as his thrusters righted himself. "Send them in, I owe you." Slade shot back as Pegasus made another U-turn and then let loose with its lasers and cannons, showering the servant of the Harvesters with beams and shells. They were more of an annoyance than damaging, but they distracted him long enough for Slade to launch an energy cable at his target. The line wrapped around one of Saber's legs, and that was when his opponent yanked hard and instructed Pegasus to go full throttle into a swarm of enemy fighters. Saber was dragged through the formations of cube fighters, smashing them to bits as he collided with them. Then the white Tekkaman added the final insult. He swung Saber around by the cable and slammed him into a seed ship, causing a massive explosion. As the seed ship went up in a ball of destruction, Slade raced away and prepared for Saber's retaliation. PGAs. Activate energy amplifiers. Prepare to fire. Affirmative. The arms of the Tekkapod repositioned themselves in front of Slade as power transfusion devices appeared. At the same time, handle grips appeared for Slade to grab hold of as his Volticra units flipped up and began generating power.